And there we go.
Beautiful. We got Aikatsu and Tao here on the blue and the green. And then Neb in the red. Oh, yeah.
Neb in the red. Oh, that's weird. Medulla should be red. Neb, the contributor, absolutely just skewing the the graph here for some reason. Oh, interesting start positions. It looks like Medulla is going to be very aggressive. I'm not quite sure. Maybe he's going to static D here or something. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Yeah,
here.
that's really interesting because that's just a single metal extractor spot. You know, that's interesting.
Scene, please. I think I've changed the scene. It says it's changed on my OBS.
Yep. It looks
okay.
looks good on my end.
Okay, cool. Distortion. Oh, me Saber with the. Let's have a look. Yep, distortion is on. No idea what that is, but I'm excited. I did just see some drawing on the map, and I've accidentally deleted it, so I have no idea what they're planning here.
It's all good. So based off the orientation here on the northern side, Modelo has arrows moving up towards the top side, towards moving up that hill, while he's telling Neb to go on the southern side. So it looks like they're looking for more of a pinch strategy and get the high ground as fast as possible.
Oh, Medulla's going to be rushing for the blue team's high ground. I see. And it looks like the green player is saying probably that they should be rushing for their geos. Geos are very strong, but I'm not sure if rushing for the geos is the greatest of ideas. The thing about this map is there's not much space to build wind turbines, even though the wind is fairly okay. So you're going to be needing those geos to produce energy, or else you're going to run out of space very quickly. Also, reclaim OP, so we'll be looking for bot starters.
Facts.
Yeah,
and those geos, they're not cheap. Like, you need a lot of metal in order to really get them going. But you know, with the fact that Tal and Aikatsu, they are, you know, doing more of a, you know, sit back and get ourselves our resources and rushing that geo, I think might benefit them in the long term. But if Modell is able to build up that pressure early on their high ground, you know, realistically, who knows if they're going to be able to even get that off in time.
Okay, so we have double Legion for the red team and Legion Armada for the blue team. This is going to be interesting. I'm gonna straight away predict right here that Medullo and Neb are going to be double lobbers.
Oh yeah, double lobbers are going to be sick. That's going to be the way to go for sure.
Yeah. If Medullo gets lab on that high hill, it's GG. Yeah, but he has to hold it as well. But yeah, if he gets up there and gets a lab before units, but we do have an air start out of Aikatsu. So he's going to be getting a beautiful amount of reclaim here. I think they're going to be very hard to defend if any rush comes out. But whether that rush comes or not will be the decider. I don't think they're going to rush. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, and honestly, if they're going to be rushing that geo, that's, you know, air is the way to go for sure because of how expensive it is for energy. So might as well, right? You know, might as well get that air pressure early while you can with your strategy.
The thing with starting air is it is very energy intensive straight off the bat, and they are going to be going for an early bombing run, which is always a great thing to see in tournaments. And also going air is going to allow him to get all the reclaim out here. You can see there's 15,000 reclaim in this corner, and there's another 20, 30,000 over here. So it's very, very energy rich as air players. So it does allow you to get those airplanes out. So let's watch this bomber.
Oh, yeah.
See what he's going to double bomber. Oh, this is not something you see every day. Okay.
Oh, this is my kind of strategy. This is what I love seeing.
Is
this is the uniqueness that I like to see.
Is he going to go a bomber per base, or is he going to go for one base with two bombers? Let's see where he goes. Let's chuck our follow camera on, and we'll watch these bad boys move across the map. While we watch these guys, let me turn the icons up a little bit. Make them a little bit bigger for you guys so you can see what everything is.
Oh yeah, it looks like the bombers are just going straight past Modelo, going straight for Neb. We got the scout
Neb.
plane everything right now. Here we go. Here comes the bombers. They have one anti-air already ready to go. But it looks like, oh, big damage.
Two wind turbines and a mix. Is he going to come back for Neb again? No. Another metal extractor, which is quite nice. 3 metal extractors total. Not bad.
That is that is value if I've ever seen it. And he now he can see that Modelo has taken more of the aggressive position here. So I wonder how they're going to be able to capitalize on having that information.
Yep. If I was them, I would be rushing for the nice hill up here to defend, because you know Modelo is going to be trying to push that as soon as they can. We got goblin on goblin battles here. And yeah, I think it's just going to transition into a normal-ish game, because our boy in the Armada here, the blue player, has transitioned into bots. I think he didn't get as much value as he wanted from those bombers. It was alright value, but I don't think it actually paid itself off enough to put himself behind at the start by transitioning back into bots. I would have liked to see him get out at least 2 air constructors to get all that reclaim and then transition to bots. But he got a little bit of value at least, so he's transitioned.
Yeah, you know, a little bit of value is better than no value for sure. And you know, with that reclaim on the airbase, who knows if that's worth it? To be honest, I don't think it's going to be too crazy. But we can see we got lobbers coming out from Modella running up, and we'll see if he's going to start moving towards that aggressive position on their high ground. We can see his commander slowly moving his way up that direction.
Yep, he is making his way there, and the blue commander is actually going to be a little bit late there, so I think Modolo is actually going to be able to secure this hill. And if Neb keeps going the way he's going to be able to secure his hill as well, and that's really going to give the red team the massive upper hand, having the high ground in this map. The thing they have to watch out for is giving up this low ground here, which it looks like they're both defending nicely, so they're in a pretty good position here. If you check the stats, it looks like the blue team's slightly ahead on medal income, but the game is still early days.
Oh yeah, for sure. It looks like they are heavily pushing these high grounds. Neb is starting to move his commander up to slowly moving it up to that high ground. Modelo officially making it up to those mexes up there. Man, this is exactly what they wanted for their plan. And you could see that Neb has plenty of space in the back, being able to build up his resources as much as possible to be able to hold up their high ground and the low ground as necessary as needed.
Yeah, if we check out the army value, the red team has a slight army value advantage, which is pretty crucial at this point in the game. Nice and early in the game, it's going to allow them to defend and attack, and what they really need to do is just secure those high grounds, which it looks like they've basically done now. So if they can hold these high grounds for the next few minutes and get entrenched, they are laughing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the fact that Neb and Modelo both went Legion, they're currently pushing up that energy per second higher than Aikatsu and Tau, because of the fact that they get energy from each of these metal extractors until they upgrade the metal extractors to be costing energy. But right now they're pushing that heavy energy advantage, which is necessary for these guys, and they're looking pretty right now. I think they're dominating exactly where they need to be.
Yeah, they are exactly where they need to be, and you can see that Modolo actually has a high ground against the blue player's commander, and he actually doesn't have the energy to D-gun. Neither commander does at the moment. But I think Modolo's just going to straight push him because he has the units here, and he can take a commander trade and actually secure the win straight from this position. Modolo's actually going to fall back with his commander. This might cost him his army because his commander's going to go down. Oh, he does get his army out of the way.
Oh,
and now that is
trade.
Yeah, that is a beautiful trade for Modolo because he has the army there in position. He's got a reclaim bot coming, and that's a free T2 if he wants to upgrade, or a flood of T1 units.
Yeah, the fact that Modelo had the early aggression there and able to build up here, like he's able to get all of this metal that's out here. 2.5k, that is unbelievable.
That's
so much metal. Well, we can see that Tal took over Neb. He took over the high ground over there on that side.
Yeah, Tal has pushed Neb off this hill, and I think Tal actually should back off here and not overextend himself. If he loses this army that he's pushing with, it's going to be a bit of a waste and a little bit of a metal feed. So he indeed does fall back a little bit there, and that's great for the green player. They just need to worry about the blue side, and you can see here he's actually reinforcing with lobbers. Tal actually absolutely pumping out lobbers, doing a great job here. But if you check the production tab up the top right here, you can see that the red team is absolutely killing it on income. So all they need to do is survive for a little bit. Actually, both hills being pushed off. Blue team really making a comeback.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know, Neb had all this space to be able to build up all of the resources. All of the resources are officially on Neb, though. So Neb is going to have to find a way to get the high ground as much as possible, because, you know, Modelo officially has lost that high ground. You know, that pressure that he had with his commander was necessary. Yep. But, you know, the reinforcements coming from Tau, I think, was just enough for them to be able to get that.
And you can see that the blue team's actually getting a bunch of that reclaim as well, so that's beautiful for the blue team here. I think the red team had it, and they sort of just threw it away a little bit. It's still anybody's game here. As you can see, both teams have one player very dominant in eco and one player very weak in eco. So I'd like to see what happens here. It's basically green versus red with an auxiliary of yellow and blue here.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And you can see Neb has both of the geothermal power plants up on their side, so all of that energy is going to him, every single aspect of it. And you know, it looks like the blue team, they only have one geo up, and so that you know, that's a big swinging advantage realistically from what I see in an energy aspect of things, which is exactly what they need on the Legion side.
It's actually a lot closer of a game than I thought it would be, to be completely honest here. We got some static D coming out of the red team in the way of some Varoses, but not a whole lot. Never's retaking this top hill. I would really have liked to have seen Green's commander stay up there for the D guns and the build power, but he has just given that top hill away to Neb, and Neb is just straight reviving everything, and he's going to be doing a lovely lobber push. This is something I love to see. But meanwhile, on the northern side, Modolo's getting pushed by Tal and Aikatsu, so he's going to need some backup from Neb soon, because Modolo does not have the income to defend this himself.
Yeah, he really doesn't, but you know, we got lobber after lobber after lobber coming out from Neb, and you can see he's got one big line on the high ground. He's got a second line heading straight over to Modelo to try and help him out there. Realistically, I think Tal didn't push up with his commander because he was sending so many resources over to Aikatsu, and so he won't be able to hold this up for much longer, but he's got these centaurs. That, what I love about the centaurs is that you just run them right in the middle of these dudes, and because these plasma guns have a small AoE, you can have them start hitting each other and dealing damage to you know, their own allies. And so they can do a lot if you just let them. Oh, there goes Modelo's base, completely gone.
Completely gone.
I need to just shut up and watch.
It is, yeah, it's kind of turning into a base race by the look of it, because Neb's northern side as well is falling. He's got himself some suicide bombers, and it is one commander versus one commander, so whoever's commander dies first, the game is ended. It's great here watching Tal actually do this damage in the north. He needs to not lose sight of his commander. Here's the suicide bombers, and they do go down to anti-air, so they get no damage done. Oh, that is a shame. Oh no, this is definitely going to turn into a base race. I don't think Neb actually has the power to defend and attack at the same time, so I think the blue team is slowly swinging into their favor. Not even slowly.
Oh yeah,
anymore.
they're taking heavy advantage here, and the fact that you can even see that Neb has not built any metal extractors on the bottom side here where they have the high ground. So because of that, they're not having the resource advantage needed during this time. But the fact that Modelo just got completely overran with his aggressive position, it's just not looking good for them at all.
Neb sharing all the units. So a lot of times, if somebody dies in a game of Beyond All Reason, they ask for micro, and the player who's building units will just share those over. So you play a little quasi Archon mode game once you die, which is kind of cool that you can do that in Beyond All Reason. You can see that Modulo has something like 63 lobbers to his name now.
Yeah, no, that's super awesome. I absolutely love that. And you know, Neb's like, look, I just got to focus on getting this econ. I got to start focusing on this. As you can see, he just started going tier 2 bots for coming up on Neb's side here. Yep. Holy, we go tier 2. They said, all right, we got all these initial lobbers, and we're going to try to push them up, hold them off until we get the tier 2 advantage. Now, his resources per second, I don't know if he has enough metal to be able to handle this tier 2, so it might be a little bit too early.
Yep, he definitely does not. If he had reclaim behind his push, if he was getting all the reclaim from that, then he would be in a pretty good position. There is 1.7k reclaim here that he could grab, and that would be enough to get his T2 out, but I think that T2 is a bit of a mistake. It's really going to put him behind. He is reclaiming his lab. That's going to allow him to get his T2 up. I wonder if he's going to get units out or if he's going to go straight into eco. I think he needs at least a couple of units just to defend this high ground before he gets his eco, but we'll keep our eye on that and see. Looks like he's going straight into eco, so we'll see if that actually pays off for him or not.
Yeah, but Modelo is doing a fantastic job with his microing here. You know, because of the fact that that's all he has to focus on, unlike the blue team where they still need to both focus on their eco and both focus on their micro. You know, Modelo is able to just outplay these guys with ease because that's the only thing that he needs to think about. He's like, I just need to, you know, keep the pressure while we get this tier 2 up. And we can see that Neb, he's going tier 2 constructor first. He's going econ. He's going for the econ advantage as much as possible because that is where they're behind for sure.
Yeah, great push here from Madolo, and he is splitting his units expertly. I mean, when all you have to do is micro, you've got a lot of time to divide up your army and move them around exactly where you need them. He needs to worry about getting surrounded here. I don't think the blue player has enough to surround all these lobbers. You can see that green is now coming to assist him, but I feel like this is going to be a great push from Madolo, and it's going to allow Neb the breathing room he needs to upgrade all his mixes to T2 and maybe even his geos. We'll see how far ahead they can get. You can see that in the production tab, the blue team has an insane eco lead at this point in time. So the red team's really fighting an uphill battle here, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, no. Like I said, that pressure that Modelo's putting is just what they needed. This is insane. And then we've got phalanxes coming out. These are like the sumo equivalent of the Legion's version of sumos. These guys, they're slow moving, but they can take a hit left and right. And I think this is Neb's idea is probably going to be push through their lines, get the pressure on, get into their econ as much as possible. But we can see that Neb has lost the high ground over on their side, and Modelo's running out of units.
Yep, and if Modolo does not push back that direction again, he has basically just given 2k metal to the blue team. But he is just distracting them as long as he can while Neb gets that T2 eco up. I would really like to see some sort of transition. Like, I guess they are getting units out now, which is absolutely lovely. It's nice to see those units finally coming out. And Neb is actually expanding with his commander. Looks like they've actually gone into mosquitoes for the green player, which is quite a good play. There's not a whole lot of AA out on the map, and these mosquitoes will be able to get some serious damage done, depending how these towers
yeah, for
go.
sure. And these phalanxes aren't going to be able to do anything to these mosquitoes. Like, their weapons are just not made for it.
Yeah.
But it's really cool to see these mosquitoes. These are the Banshee equivalent on the Legion side, and I really like them. They're adorable, but they cannot take a hit for the life of them.
Yep, they store up rockets, which is kind of cool. Oh, the Phalanx AoE, it's like a gunslinger, but better. I'm not super well versed in Legion units, but I do love the Legion designs, and I love how parts of them explode off when they take damage. It's really cool.
Yep, you can see they got a big old shield. They take enough damage, the shield comes flying off and leaves them exposed, but oh, you could see they just absolutely destroy those front lines if you let them.
Yep,
Woo!
It does not take
Keep
many
your
T2
units grouped
units
up and
to
they
beat
die.
T1. There's a great bead for the blue team up on the north side. They are reclaiming that, and they should probably be going T2 themselves or trying to overwhelm with T1. But once they see these T2 units, you've either got to go for the commander snipe or transition yourself.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you can see that Tal transitioning to tier 2 Legion Air. You know, he's seeing how much these mosquitoes are doing. These mosquitoes are ripping these guys to shreds. Yeah. And so we're gonna see what he does with these tier 2 ships.
This is looking
we got to get that anti-air up now.
Very heavily favoring the blue team now, and I think they may get the win. There's going to take some sort of defensive miracle from the red team or some misplays from the blue team to pull this one off now.
Oh yeah, for sure. Couple of anti-air units coming out from Neb. Nice. That's gonna fix just the mosquitoes.
Yeah. Let alone the T2. When the T2 air comes, it's going to be very dangerous for the red team.
Sorry, I misspoke. It wasn't Legion Air. It was Legion Bots. Sorry, my bad.
No, no, you've
From
made me
Tau.
sad. You've made me sad.
I'm sorry.
But
I'm sorry.
At least they
I'm
have
sorry.
T2 now.
They're coming out. They're coming out.
They're coming out. Yep, both Geos up for the blue team. I think the blue team's in a great position here. Medulo desperately fighting over this northern territory. Did clean up a bunch of the reclaim bots, so it's going to delay the blue team's eco a little bit. But once the blue team takes control up here, it's going to be very, very scary for the red team.
Oh yeah, the army value is still looking really good from the red team side, but realistically, those resources advantage that the blue team has, if the red team doesn't build any units to put in the aggression on their base, then realistically they're gonna fall behind here very soon. Now that Tal's getting these tier 2 units out.
Yep, tier 2 units are great if you use them. But if you just build them for the sake of building them, they're a little bit of a waste of resources. Of course, Neb needed to build them to defend, and now that they've basically defended, I'd like to see him really get some sort of... he needs to find the win condition, is basically all I'll say here. Looks like they've got air, so maybe they're going to go for some sort of bombing run, I'm not sure, or it may just be air to defend against the Legion air that was out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, honestly, from the Legion aspect of things, there's not very many things that they can use to really get aggressive. A lot of their units are pretty slow, except for things like the Belcher, the guy who's placing napalms is very much much faster unit. But at the same time, like, these phalanxes are the only thing that's keeping them away. And we can see phalanxes coming out from Tau, so they're going to start becoming very even on both sides. The only way you're going to be able to get units out there is if you build something that's quick, that can really run in there. Yep. So unless it's Striders or Belchers,
there are Striders
that's
coming along.
That's going to be the only thing.
The corner here and clearing these T2 mixes that just came back up. And this is what you need to do. You just need to constantly keep your opponent down and out. And if they just keep this pressure on while ecoing up themselves, they're in a great position. It's been a really good game so far. It's a lot more even than I thought it would be, to be honest.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just a constant back and forth, fighting for that high ground, fighting for the low ground is just constant. And we can see, because everyone's building such slow units, it is that slow trudge over to the other side, and it's just back and forth, back and forth. But you know what? This is how they're playing it, and this is super awesome to watch.
Yep. Looks like Medulo's actually made it almost to the base. I would have really liked to see him just push in there. He is going to take out the Geo, which is going to be a great pickup there. But at this point, actually, no, that's amazing. If he gets that Geo, yeah, that's really going to make the blue team energy stall. So that's going to be a great little pickup there. And he's just keeping that pressure on. He's actually brought the game back a bit here with his micro. He's definitely been feeding a little bit, but I think it doesn't matter as much considering he's stopping the blue team from constantly trickling into their base. Or at least he's been trying to.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like I was saying earlier though, because of the fact that Medulo only has to focus on microing, he's able to out-micro these guys and put on that pressure that's necessary. I think honestly, Medulo losing his base was a big beneficiary thing for the red team, to be honest.
Yeah, it's something that you never want to happen, but when it happens, sometimes it works out for the better. I think once Medulo lost that northern territory, that northern hill, there was not a whole lot he would really be able to do. So it's kind of good having one player with a decent eco. But you can see that boy Tal here is on a ridiculous 87 metal income, whereas Neb is only on 60. So Tal by himself has a bigger eco than Neb. So the blue team's really set to win this. They just need to find the right units to end the game against these guys. Or keep that constant pressure applied until they can get T3 or something out, which would be kind of crazy to see in our first game going into T3.
Yeah. But you know, the person closest going tier 3 is Tal, to be honest. And I can tell you right now, with the army advantage officially swinging towards the blue side, yeah, I don't see that it's necessary at this time. Yep. Because Neb is put in such a corner that I don't think he's going to be able to get, you know, tier 3 up any time now. But we can see he's building these the self-destruct martyrs air again, and we're going to see if he's going to be able to do anything with them.
I love those self-destruct martyrs. They are basically the Banshee snipe for Legion. You just, I did the maths on it. I can't remember what it is now. I think it's 8. It's either 8 or 12 to one-shot a commander. So if you can get 8 of those on a commander who's all alone, you just win the game. It's quite a lovely thing to see.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Please icon distance.
You know, we can.
Do you guys want the icon
Sorry, go ahead.
distance when I'm zoomed in more? Do you want icons here, or do you want no icons here? Do you want the distance further or closer? Just chat asking for specific. Looks good to me. Okay, I'll leave it for now. Just let me know if you guys need to change it. So the AGO
Yeah, we can see a
coming
little
up
bit of an air fight, a little bit of everything happening here right now. The blue team is officially starting to move out of their base and start moving towards the eastern side of the map. We got the suicide guys, the self-destruct bots coming out, not bots, planes coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're moving. They're going. Here we go. Let's see what they do.
I think they're going to struggle to find value, to be honest, because there's not a whole lot they can snipe. I'd be interested to see how much damage they can do against these sumo guys. Less icons zoomed in further. So you want this off. Hold on, let me do this. I could do it up to 2900, if that's better for you guys.
Oh, we got an incinerator coming out from the from Neb's side. Oh, these incinerators, they are very slow moving, but look at that laser. Oh man, it is so fun to be able to watch what they do and the amount that they're able to do here. We got the guys coming in.
Yeah, it looks like they're hunting for a commander, but I don't think they're going to get very much value. There is AA here. Let's see if they're able to get anything. Maybe these converters. They indeed do get the converters. I love a nice converter chain, and that's about it. Not really worth it, to be completely honest. And you can see that the blue team is slowly collapsing on them. There's some units over here. Getting this expansion's going down, and a pressure applied here, so that's really good for the blue team.
Man, look at the range on those Extons on Tal's side, those anti-air turrets.
Mm-hmm.
The range on those suckers are huge.
Yeah.
Man, it is so cool to see the usefulness there. That's awesome.
Yeah, the AA's played a big part in this game. I think Medulla's tried a couple of different air tactics now, and they've been shut down both times, so the blue team doing really good at reacting there. And this incinerator just chilling here in this corner, hidden behind this cliff, just living his best life. Oh, they're so strong.
Oh, it's so fun to watch. Absolutely love it.
Got another Phalanx versus Phalanx battle. The red team will take the win on this one. Really, the blue team's been ahead pretty much the whole game, and they've just unable to finish it out. They're really struggling to break through and win. I think they need to move away from building mass Phalanx and maybe build something else, but being not a Legion player myself, I've only played it a handful of times. I couldn't tell you what that is.
Yeah, to be honest, at this point, who knows?
Yeah.
Because of the fact that there's like this whole middle area is wide open, I think something fast, something quick to really just get in there. And so, like I said earlier, I think the Belchers or the where are they? The Striders, those guys can really sneak across, in my opinion. But at the same time, you know, I don't know how strong they are health wise, whether or not they can even take a hit. Or you just build a massive amount of incinerators and get those guys slowly moving across. Treat it like a just like a behemoth, you know.
Yep.
Build the big dudes and just slowly move them across.
A slow push is always a good shout if you can control it correctly. It's very hard to stop a well thought out, well executed slow push. The likes of incinerators, starlights, behemoths, things like that. Behemoths is the very pinnacle of a slow push, you know, very slow, very pushy.
Oh yeah. Their biggest problem are D-guns. That's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you just gotta watch out for commanders.
We got fusion reactors coming out now officially on the blue side. Both of them have one fusion reactor coming out, and Neb has none.
Yeah,
so
Neb does have double
they're
AGO,
heavily pushing.
but they also have two
true.
AGOs. So yeah, you're right.
It's just at this point he's just losing the war of attrition.
I mean, this push from Medulla is quite nice, but I feel like it's going to be stopped again. At this stage of the game, there's more than enough for the blue team to be able to stop a push like this. They may lose the AGO, which would be kind of funny to see. Like I said, I think the blue team's just struggling to think of a win condition here, like how they can break the red lines. And the red team, being slightly more experienced, might just be able to pull this back, to be honest, with some sneaky plays. Somebody just said Aquabus over some cliffs. Are they all-terrain, I'm assuming? Yes, they are. So that would be a great play. Yeah.
Oh, those are all-terrain. Oh. Okay, we got Anti-Nuke coming out. Got the Aegis. Man, you know, this is just... Woo,
we're at almost half an hour already. First game has been a doozy. I was waiting to see these Recluse come out. One of my favorite Armada units.
I was about to say. Yep. We got the crabs coming out. They're ready to go.
Yeah, very, very useful on a map like this with lots of cliffs to walk up and down, hide behind, and just get around the outskirts and stuff like that. Find cheeky positions. Not a whole lot.
Yeah, we're still in the
here.
constant back and forth. Yeah, it's just that constant just line of units. We're getting there. Like the blue team is starting to really put on that pressure here on the northern side. But realistically, they're so spread out. They're not quite, you know, it's not like a very defined push.
Yeah.
And the fact that Neb is able to give so many units to Modulo is just so good.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about microing at all. He just builds units, hands them over, and then focuses on what he's doing, rebuilding his eco. He's got a bunch of AA up around this AGO, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I just feel like, you know, I'm not sure how to win this game. Like, a nuke would have been really funny, but obviously there's an anti-nuke out now. Yeah, I think the blue team just need to commit to a proper slow push. They keep building these phalanx and then slowly sending them in as a trickle. I think they need to build a sizable force and just break a certain line and follow it up with some fast-moving units.
Oh yeah. If you look here on the southern side, though, Modulo is sending a bunch of units. Might be able to get some crazy little sneak action going on here. Yeah, look at that. He might be able to start pushing into Tal's side. We can see a little bit of reaction coming in from Tal, but nothing too crazy. There's the Aqua bus coming out, though. Like we were saying earlier, those might be able to do it. But it looks like Modulo's just wants to keep that pressure there and letting him know, like, hey, look, I'm still here. Look at me over here. And it looks like, you know, it's that constant having to go north, having to go south, having to go north and south. That constant back and forth that the blue team is just, you know, getting distracted by.
I think it's been very interesting that nobody's really been able to take control of either of these hills the entire game, north side or south side. I feel like the blue team really should have focused on capturing that northern side after they pushed Medulla off and reinforcing it with some static D and a little bit of an army, and that would have really boosted their economy up and given them a staging position to really put pressure on the red team from. Or even on the south side would have been really nice. But yeah, nobody really owning either hill.
You know what? I think the blue team was like, I'm sick of not controlling this, and they started building a bastion, but it looks like it won't be enough. I think they needed to start building that sooner, and they're constantly just getting pressured, and you know, it's just metal from both sides. Each team doesn't have enough metal quite yet, but we're starting to get those tier 2 converters coming up on Tal's side, so he might be able to start getting some stuff going. I don't know. It's just the constant back and forth is just insane. The fact that this is okay, that this has been that they let this happen.
Yeah, I think this push here on the southern side from Tal has potential if he keeps these striders behind his phalanx and uses the Aquabus to Aquabus. Hold on. Aquabus.
Yeah, Aquabus.
Yeah, if he keeps these striders safe, he'll be good. But he does run these striders straight into phalanx, so these guys will take a fair amount of damage from the AoE. He can get a lot of damage done if he uses his phalanx and uses his unit composition to its potential. He's not quite doing that at the moment, though, sort of wasting a little bit here. I do like the Infestors out for Neb. I think he's going to use Infestors to build more Infestors, which is quite a lovely play, because you can move them up over these cliffs into a safe position and then flank when they're not paying attention.
Yep. They're hanging out. They're doing what they got to do.
All right, let's have a look at the ecos while not a lot's happening. There's a bit of a push from both players, but let's just have a gander here. We got 85 wind turbines up. I would like to see these reclaimed at this point, to be honest, and then maybe going into more fusions. But there is a total of 5 fusions on the blue team, 2 AGOs, and a bunch of mixes, which is quite a strong economy, as you can see. So I've said it before, it's a matter of time before the blue team win, but it just seems like they can't get their unit compositions just right to break through these 3 million phalanxes that Neb keeps building.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, 100% there. You know, and we're seeing the push from both sides now. Modulo pushing on the southern side, while Aikatsu pushing up on the northern side. It's just that constant back and forth. Yeah. And you know what? This is exactly what the red team wants. They want them to constantly be spreading out their units and not bringing them all together. If they just bring them all together, I think they can, you know, outpush them. Their army value is slightly higher, and that's all they have to do is just, you know, get in there and get going. You know, they're just, I think they're just playing way too slow at this point. But granted, they're looking very good to go tier 3 here very soon.
Yeah, to be honest, they could easily go T3 right now. The map being so choke pointy makes it very hard to do a game-winning push without a significant army lead. And I think the blue team is really feeling that. I really like what Neb's doing down on the southern side. He was reviving everything, but he did just lose all his repair bots. He was reviving everything at once, and he's building Infestors out of Infestors. He did go into Reclaim, and then now these Infestors are just going to start multiplying, and the more Infestors there are, the faster they're going to build. This could be kind of cool to see, but I'm not sure if they can hold out for very much longer.
Yeah, we're seeing a nice Aquabus push here on the southern side, and we have a nuke coming out from Tal.
I don't think that's going to get much damage, but...
There's anti-nuke all over on the other side, so...
Yeah.
I mean, it's cool to see it's there. Yeah. And we also have our first advanced fusion reactor as well. He has so many resources. They just need to get that tier 3 up and really just do a huge push. Because that tier 3 is going to be able to do plenty.
Yeah, tier 3 would go insane here. They really need to just do something. They could really have just gone mass air and just bombed the heck out of Neb space and won the game that way, because you can definitely overwhelm the amount of AA that he has, depending on which angle you come from. But yeah, I think they just need to do something. The T3 is something. So
Neb is tier 3.
Neb is tier 3?
Neb just went tier 3.
Nice.
Neb went tier 3.
Yeah. I haven't seen very many T3 Legion units. I know the Sol Invictus is an absolute beast of a unit. I love to see that come out. And if we see one in this match, I will jump for joy.
It's just, it baffles me that Neb was the one who goes tier 3 first. These javelins are just like the Shiva equivalent of Cortex, and they're tier 3. And we can see it is just ripping these guys to shreds. Look at that. Oh, man.
Gatling guns.
You build a bunch of these, they're fine. But, yeah, this is going to remind the blue team, hey, you can go tier 3 as well. But, you know, they had to do it before Neb went tier 3. But now that Neb is tier 3, or sorry, red team, it's more than just Neb. Modulo's doing an amazing job with microing. He's doing amazing. Team Red, you know, he's these tier 3 units I think is going to help keep that pressure off, but...
P3 transition might be the death of Neb, though, because now he's spent so many resources on building that lab and units. He doesn't have the income to pump them out as fast as he wished, and now he's going to have to mass goblins. There goes his AGO, and this phalanx push, not phalanx, this Aquabus push is very, very scary. I would like to see them come this way and up over this cliff, but I think that's GG.
Yeah, those Aquabuses, the exact answer. I think we got it. We got it. You know, those Aquabuses are going to be what's going to call it, I think.
Yeah.
Explosion. Woohoo!
T3 a little bit too premature for Neb there. You got to remember when you transition into new units, like higher tier units, you do lose a bit of momentum. And if you're on the back foot already, transitioning is, 9 times out of 10 a bad idea. And that's just proven to us from watching Neb there. He might be able to defend this, but I think this is basically game over at this point in time. They need to get his
because we
build
got a Katsu just following up right now with everything.
If that build power goes down,
that's
it's
insane
game.
though. He went tier 3 without even having one fusion reactor, which is insane to me to even think about. Like that's bonkers. We're sitting on like one team needs to go tier 3 and the other team shouldn't go tier 3, and then they do the exact opposite, which is insane.
Yeah, the two AGOs are quite nice. They can pump out a lot of energy, but just the metal income was a very serious factor for Neb there. You can see he's got a bunch of metal now. I'm not even sure what from, probably reclaim or something. But yeah.
You wanna know what I just think? You wanna know what I think we can see here? Potential nuke. All of this area is nukeable.
No more nuke, anti-nuke anymore, and I think that's game over anyway. Tal celebrating. Yep. I think it's not too early to celebrate here. I think he has just basically won. Once that build power goes down, there's nothing they can do. And there it is. Wonder if the GG's gonna come out.
He's commander. Oh man, those aqua buses calling it good. Oh
yeah,
man,
great shout. Yeah, aqua buses. These guys. I'm just gonna call them magic school buses from now on.
The magic school bus wins the game.
Wins the game. Oh, no cow for anybody for some reason. Let's check the graphs real quick. Yeah, Neb just ahead in stats the whole game, but that is basically because he was 2 players worth. But yeah, him by himself not as good as 2 players.
Yeah, but you know we can give praise to Medulo. He did an amazing job microing all those units. Watching him micro those units has taught me so much on what I can do better. Because that's one of my weak spots is microing units. So I'm like, oh yeah, I got a Tazar. Let's just run it in. I'm like, wait a minute, we got range. So it was really cool to see.
30-minute rule,
his awesome work there.
That's the win that just goes straight to the blue team. I think that counts as a loss because it was over 30 minutes.
Really? I didn't know that was a rule.
Yeah, I thought it was 40 minutes, but maybe it's 30 now. He can delay the whole tournament because he's the host.
Neb is in charge, so he can do whatever he wants.
Oh, God. Yeah, Rage Bacon saying, GG, great first game. Exactly. That was an amazing first game.
I thought it was awesome. Yeah, it was great.
It was great to see a double Legion from the red team. Hopefully we see more of that.
Whew. And we were able to see the tier 2 units and a little bit of tier 3. Man, it is awesome.
Yeah,
plenty of demonstration of how strong these things. Yeah, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe we might see it.
What the heck was that? Oh, man, even a nuke. The nuke didn't fire, but it was lovely to see a nuke come out.
Yeah, it was hanging out. It was there for the party.
Yeah, it's not that often that you see, and especially not in 1v1s, but in 2v2s you don't see it that often.
Looks like there's only one set of games that are still going between the casual newbies and the chaotic duo.
Oh, there still is a game, is there?
That's what it looks like. I mean, I think they already started, but they are. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, I don't know.
There is one,
but it looks like they just their final isn't here.
Kiwi Bus or Aqua Bus, I believe. No, it's Magic School Bus.
Aqua Bus. It's the magic school buses.
Yeah, Aqua
the
Bus.
Magical buses.
Magic School Bus. Yeah, I think we won't jump into this other one because Raxel just said it's 35 plus minutes, so that'll be the only game. So I think they've actually ended.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we're just waiting for the bracket. Wait for everybody to make the lobbies up. That was great. That was great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Looks
to be
like
honest, I gotta go use the bathroom, so I will be right back.
I will show everybody the standings and just chat the area off while you're gone. Oh, classic. I don't have the standings up properly. There we go. Why is that? What have I done? Let me zoom in a bit. Does that work? Ah, there we go. So it looks like round 1 is 1 win to Casual Newbies, 1 win to Torkatsu, 2 wins to Flying Ranks, and 2 wins to Pretor and Rao. So we are looking at now, let me scroll down. The new bracket is just released. We're going to be looking... Is there any specific team you guys want to watch, seeing as we have a few seconds to just hang around a little bit while we wait for the lobbies to come up? If you guys throw some names out, we'll watch them. If not, I'll just pick one arbitrarily. 112 people watching as well. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Ba, 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 ba. Let me just check, see if I got any message. Okay. We Gucci. We Gucci, baby. Let me look at this. All right. Oh, I'm not sure who I want to see here. I'm not sure who I want to see. If any of you guys pick some people, I'm sure we've got a little bit of a delay, so I'm just going to keep talking to myself while I wait to see if anybody says if there's anyone they want to watch. If nobody picks someone to watch, I'm thinking about watching Flying Wax. Hello, ba 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 ba. It's Flying Duck, our boy. Autopilot playing? Let's watch Casual Newbies or Swedish Sharks. Swedish Sharks? No way. Yeah. Let's do Swedish Sharks. That sounds... What a name.
All right, I'm back. Swedish Sharks.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Sad game, says Neb. Neb, that was an amazing game.
Neb, it was awesome. You guys freaking killed it. It was so great to see your guys' abilities there. And going tier 3 there, man, you got bigger nuts than I do, for sure.
Yeah, I liked your trying to get suicide bombers to work, but the commander was just hiding in his base once he was down to 1 commander, which was a great shout. What's up, Sea Mogul? Moogle? Okay, so we'll watch Swedish Shark Enthusiasts. Let me click on them. Nope, that's not how you do it. Who are they? They are... Oh, it's Victoria and Varunda. Let's go, baby. 2 very good players that I always love to see hanging around. So it'll be good to watch them and just constantly critique them.
That's what I'm all about. The constant critiques. Let's go, baby. I am excellent at critiquing, but I'm terrible at playing. Yes, sir.
Yep. My favorite thing to do is critique and then not back myself up. So it's good. Yeah, it's great. I always have Varunda and Victoria in the stream banging around, and if I recall, Victoria is the constant 2nd place in Fight Night all the time. So it'll be lovely to see her maybe take a win.
Oh yeah, I see they do an amazing job to get there, get to the finals. But we just gotta see the finish today. I'm excited to see what they do.
Yep. They will be going up against Lord Vita and Jar. We are just waiting for the bans to come out, and Gasbag is banned, so we don't have a repeat of map to watch, which is great for us. Let me bring the map back up for you guys. So, Gasbag has been banned. Oh man, and we are at 7 PM on my time already. That went so fast. My lord.
Holy. Yeah, it's only 12 o'clock here for me.
Like midnight.
No, afternoon. I'm chilling.
Aurelia's been banned. Jar just said that their game went T3 as well, which is kind of funny. Aurelia's been banned. I don't see it in the map pool, so maybe I've got the wrong map pool up. Maybe Sertigata's been replaced. I have a feeling Sertigata's been replaced with Aurelia, so you'll have to forgive me there, guys. Let me just double check the notifications from Fight Night to see. Map pool.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Aurelia. It's technically on mine.
No,
that's the other one.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Let me...
Sarah however you say it.
Sertigata, yeah.
Got replaced.
let me download this new map pool. I don't remember seeing that. Why is that not downloading for me? There we go. All right. Boom. Downloads. This one. There we go, guys. That's the proper map pool. Sorry about that, team.
Oh, we got your map picked. Lavender Bender.
Lavender Bender.
First pick.
First pick, Lavender Bender. Is Neb's map in the game? For sure it is. It's a great looking map as well. I've seen it played for like 10 seconds. It looks like Pools has been picked. So yes, we might actually see Neb's map played this game.
Heck yeah. I'm stoked to see it.
Can't wait to see it in a semi-professional setting here.
Yeah, Ancient Scion, you know, the prismatic anomaly, it looks so good in game. And we watched it in the last Apprentice tournament, and it was awesome. It was so cool.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Hopefully somebody plays it today. It'll be really nice. And the game is loading, so let's bring you guys on over. Let's turn this off and bring you guys over to the game. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, that's right.
Let's go, baby!
I've changed my settings so I don't automatically join games when they start, and it's tripping me up left and right now.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that. More you know.
Yeah, there's so many settings. For people who didn't know, wait, let me just wait until I get in, because this may freak you guys out. Yep, we're facing the right way. If you go into settings and in the search bar you type dev, you can activate developer UI, and you get about double. Oh, I've just turned it off, frozen my game. You get about double the settings in your settings tabs. So have fun playing around with that, guys.
Man, it is so interesting to see the spawn areas on here, right? So you could see like there's that one spot where they are right next to each other. Yep, the Victoria and Lord Vendor spot right here. And we could potentially see like some aquatic units coming in, causing some trouble. We could see, you know, just like a quick rush in the very beginning, but like how close they can be is so cool to see.
Yeah,
you know, they're going to be constantly fighting just for those 2 metal extractors potentially that are out there on that little island.
Becomes such a meme because this is technically the midpoint, but also this up here is the midpoint. And what happens a lot of the time, I like to go vehicle start in this map. I get a couple of I get a Janus out, and I follow it up with a Stout and 2 Blitz, and I just walk with my commander and try and win the game straight away. Very, very hard push to stop.
That is gross.
A lot of the time as well,
that is gross.
You'll see people spawning where Lord Veda and Victoria are, and they'll actually walk through the water and de-gun the enemy base. So we'll be looking to keep our eye out for that one.
That would be my kind of strategy for sure. Especially in 2v2, you can do that. Yeah. You know, I saw a demonstration that Neb had where I was watching a quick clip, and that's exactly what happened. Someone walked their commander right in and just degunned everything, and Neb was like, well, dang. They set a nice little 1v1.
Yeah, it's a great little strategy. I have been caught out multiple times on this map with absolutely troll strategies. So I can't wait to see what these guys will work up. We are just waiting for the green player Jar to load back in.
No, but I'm excited to see what they do here, because I could see potentially like Varunda might just start building all their stuff out here on this area and build up as much as possible of like, you know, just that slow build of getting things going. But it looks like Deja is taking more of an aggressive approach in comparison to Varunda, where they're more closer together, and they might be looking for an early 2-man push into Victoria potentially.
Yep, this is a more, the blue team has more of a, I'd call it more of a standard opener for this map, because you kind of want to be nice and close to this front line here, because that's where everybody's going to be coming from. If Varunda sends units around here, it's going to take a very long time before they actually reach anything valuable worth destroying. Yeah. And by the time they get there, you can easily build those defenses. So I'm assuming that these boys are going to be going roughly like this. And if this gap here doesn't get filled, then Jar can sort of take his pick on which direction he wants to go. It really depends on where Varunda's going to be walking with her commander at the start.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see what happens here. Woo! Let's get in here. Here we go, baby. And it looks like there is 3 Cortex and 1 Legion. Victoria taking the Legion role on this go. Heck
Let's
freaking
go.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed that they have the little radar thing on the back, the Legion does. Just like Armada, but instead of a radar, it is AA. Legion commanders having 1 of every weapon. They have torpedoes, AA, and lasers. So a little bit of everything.
I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's the only commander that can shoot underwater. Well, other commanders can shoot underwater, but it's the only one that can torpedo underwater and anti-air. It's kind of OP. It makes Banshee sniping very hard. Still doable, but harder. Yeah, we can gamble, Shadow. That'll be great. Okay, Lord Vita opening bots, and Jar just playing battery gaming, assisting Lord Vita to get those units out as quick as he can. It's always lovely to see a bit of co-oping in the early game. Very, very OP.
Dude, heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Okay, let's check these build queues. If I zoom out, we can see Varunda's only just finishing their lab now. Queuing up some construction bots. Yeah, everybody's basically queuing up scouts and construction bots. So we're going to see a little bit of a slower start to the game than I was expecting, but that is all well and good. I am going to
Victoria was the one who got the first, like, real units out, the lobbers. Coming out first, right out of the gate.
A single grunt will crush a single goblin every day of the week, but a grunt versus a lobber, depending on how he micros, great dodging. I think he's going to die, but if he micros intensely, he might get some serious value out of this grunt.
Beautiful micro. That is a really good trade on Lord Vender's side for sure.
Yep, he can actually run that grunt back to his commander and get it repaired up and back into the fight, but I doubt he's going to do that. That's a lot of... He is going to do it, Madman. Okay, just showing us why he's Silver Chefs right here.
Whew. Beautiful.
All right, what do we got? Scout units coming out. Oh, I've got First Blood animations I can throw up as well. I'll start it from next game. Keep forgetting that I've got that. Yeah, Lord Vita actually not in a great position here. Victoria has the high ground with more units. Lord Vita does have that repair factor because of the commander, but with Victoria's commander coming up, it might be a bit dangerous for him to try.
Ooh, the got missing.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Just out of range.
Victoria was able to get the units out first, and so in getting the high ground with these plasma guns on the lobbers is going to be able to outrange these thugs, no problem. Their current range is 400 anyway, so they outrange them regardless. And so having that extra range on top of it, being on the high ground, is going to be huge for Victoria. Absolutely huge.
Very, very scary for Lord Vita here. I think he's going to go for a dive. Does have to watch out for the units coming around the other way. Oh, Victoria not body blocking the tower or the radar, so loses both. And Lord Vita's actually slowly taking this position. Victoria needs to come back and start repairing her units, but opting to build LLTs on the high ground. Still not body blocking. Gonna lose another one to a D-gun again. When will you learn your lesson, Victoria?
When will you learn? Yeah, but realistically, Lord Vader, with his commander way out, he's doing the self-destruct here. Gets it off, but only goes commander for commander.
I don't think
if we're able to see some... no, if we see some grave robbers coming out here and just picking these up, honestly, Victoria has the advantage with the units. And I think that Victoria can take over this and get so much metal value from this potentially.
Yep, it all becomes a micro game now. Having grave robbers out here to repair these units would be an absolute boon. You can see Lord Vita has a commander. Yeah, Deja gave the commander to Lord Vender, and they're moving the commander up. Yeah, he's got the repair and reclaim value now from the commander, and I think he's going to actually be able to push and take this position. There is a construction bot here trying to reclaim from Victoria, but it's just not going to be fast enough, and I think they're going to lose this position before anything significant can be reclaimed. And indeed, yes, Lord Vita does push her off this hill. Turning a bad situation into a good one, Lord Vita. Very well played. Yeah, no, that was a huge play. That's something I didn't even consider because I keep forgetting that you can share, you know, your own commander as well if you really wanted to. And in this case, this was using those resources to their advantage. Now, they're going back and forth. Yeah, Lord Vender's just definitely taking this. No problem. That's insane. Victoria had the huge unit advantage, but now they don't. We can see the outranging coming out from the thugs because they have the high ground. Yep, getting the radar up, the Lord Vader, so you can see when they're out of vision, get those hits in. Yeah, I would really have liked Varunda to mess up a bunch more pawns earlier and get a run by while this battle was going on. Would have been beautiful. There was a little bit of a tick skirmish in the north side, but nothing too crazy. You can see those pawns coming out now. If they go straight in, they're going to get some mega damage, but obviously they can't see what we can see. So they don't know that there's nothing there.
Yeah, realistically. Because I'm sure that Varunda probably thought that their base was more up on this side rather than right closer to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, that might be what they're looking for.
I'm really rooting for these pawns to come in and do some damage, but the panic LLTs are coming up like crazy for Jar. They are going to actually get these mexes, which is a great little pickup, but is it going to be enough? If they can kill this LLT in the north and get these construction bots, but no, though they do go down. Jar doing a great job defensively there.
Yeah, realistically, that's it's still a good trade from Varunda's side because these early game metal extractors are they hurt to lose, and now that Varunda's put these pawns here, they're just cutting them off, and Lord Vedder has to react as well to help out. But I don't know if these pawns are going to be able to pick much up more.
No,
they have plenty of defenses in the
staying
bases.
Back. Yeah, staying around those mixes would have been a better shot to, just in case they were mindlessly seeing construction bots there, or going north to get this bad boy would be a great little pickup. Looks like that's where they're going now. So they should be able to get that construction bot, which is a great little pickup there for the red team. If we look at the tab, it's fairly even still, which is nice.
Yeah. Leaning definitely more towards the blue team because of that early pickup from all of the metal from Lord Vedder's side. But it might start evening out because Varunda has a lot more control on the northern side, but Victoria is losing quite heavily now because realistically that trade was huge.
Yeah, that was a beautiful trade for the... it looked like it was actually going to be great for Victoria, but the Lord Vader actually taking the comm bomb there and getting the reclaim is ridiculous, and it's really propelled them into the place that they want to be. They have lost their expansions to the north, and Varunda is actually expanding unmitigated, which is really nice, and that can actually bring the red team back into the game, even though they lost that 2.5k medal. They have the chance to really bring this back. I'd really like to see some rocket bots from either team here. Very good at just slowly chipping away at these thugs and lobbers, but we don't see any of that.
Yeah, better positioning on Lord Vedder's side with these thugs because these lobbers being grouped up in a ball is not helping whatsoever with that area of effect damage is coming in. Might be able to start taking out Victoria's base here. I was about to say Lord Vedder's commander being out here all by himself is a big problem, but realistically doesn't matter if you have the aggression coming in. And
he is underwater,
it looks like
now
Victoria's
too, so
just
not much they can do.
Yeah.
That's GG. Well played. I don't think there's any way the red team can come back from this.
No, that is a huge hit. The only way is to be able to get something like that, but I don't think they're going to be able to unless they build some sort of air but that's just going to be too cost heavy at this point of the game.
Rocket bot wouldn't work versus thug slash res bot. It wouldn't, but like a few rocket bots just constantly chipping away, you out repair the Rocco.
Yeah, especially since there's only one grave robber behind them. I think it'd be just fine.
And there's the GG.
Yeah, there's the GGs.
Well played.
Man, that was a nice little aggressive game there. I like it.
Yeah, you can see that point where Blue got the double commander reclaim. It really just propelled him way into the stratosphere here, above anybody else by miles, and that was basically the nail in the coffin for the game there. Yeah, yellow needed a line instead of a ball. That would have been a lot better. But there we go. First game goes to team... Oh god, what's their name again? Chaotic Duo. Chaotic Duo take the first win. And now we're going to be watching our Lord and Savior Neb map. Neb's map, I should say. Pools of Illis? Very beautiful colors on this map. We're just waiting for our boy to restart one more time. And while we wait for that, I'll put us back in the main lobby, and I'm going to go grab an energy drink to really just amp myself up for this next round. I'll let you take it away from there, brother.
Baby. I got you. I realized I was muted that whole time that I was trying to talk to. So, but no, I'm so excited for this map. It looks gorgeous. Looks like you're looking out into the galaxy. It looks awesome. But yeah, I'm so excited to see what happens here. To be honest, I am not familiar with this map whatsoever, but it looks like there's potential water play. There's potential, just going back and forth. I'm so excited though. Yeah. So it's gonna be sick. I'm excited. I'm so excited. What about you, chat? What we got going on here? What we got? What are you guys excited for? Y'all see this new map? Y'all have looked at this? It looks gorgeous. Can we get a W Neb in chat? Let's go W Neb. W Neb. The goat.
This map is absolutely stunning. Oh god, I got a cough again.
All right, so since you grabbed an energy drink, what's your energy drink of choice? Let's hear it.
So, I'm currently living in England, and I'm drinking Red Bull. But I'm from New Zealand, where V is king. V is king, everybody. Oh, yum. Yeah, not a massive fan of Red Bull, but I'm
definitely a Monster fan.
Oh, you're a Monster man. Is your name Kyle by any chance?
Oh, no.
Lots of vision shenanigans.
The white monsters.
Oh, white monsters, yeah.
Those are the best. Another hilly one, lots of vision shenanigans. Yeah. W Neb.
What's everybody looking forward to in this what am I trying to say here? In this tournament, we looking for the OP grunts, or are we looking for the lovely, sleek, beautiful Legion? I'm such
Legion.
Yeah, I'm such a sucker for the Legion. I don't play them because I think they're just not quite strong enough, but I love watching them.
I 100% agree. Looks like we're getting into it.
We're getting into it? Alright. Let me just plug my phone in again because it's not charging. And I don't want it to die because I won't have chat. Alright. Let me join in and I'll switch the scene. VDB, you forgot to add Legion Com in the background. Yes, I know. This is a Volshock made this, I think, years ago. So I've stolen this from Volshock, and I do need to learn how to make that so I can add my own in. All right, here we are.
You just add a gif of them dancing in the back, just doot doot doot.
Yeah, I could add that in. I'm just very technologically illiterate, so I'm doing the best I can.
I know you are.
Okay. Let's check out this map. I haven't really seen this map. It looks like every mix is 2.2. Very metal-rich map here, so we're going to be seeing T2 very quickly, I am going to predict. We got a little bit of reclaim banging around the map. Nothing too crazy. Looks like a couple thousand energy reclaim in the base, which is nice. We got a Geo.
You know, the map is a lot smaller than I expected.
She's pretty small.
I thought it was going to be one of the larger ones, yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty small, but I think with the hills and everything, it's going to take a lot longer to cross the map than you expect. I really like this side path here. It looks very flat and gorgeous. Let me just bring up my... No. F4, is it? No, I don't remember what the... There we go, F1. There you go, you guys can see the height difference here. There's a little bit of a hill here and here, but nothing too crazy. It'll be pretty good for vehicles to go around the outside, bots through the middle. But we'll keep our eye on what these guys do and see where they decide to go. We've got Cortex from Lord Vader. We've got Armada from Jar. We've got a Armada for Varunda and a Legion for Victoria. So it's a repeat of last game. And I gotta say, Victoria MVP for going Legion in this match.
True facts. You know what I'm curious about are these little hills over here on this side. I'm curious if you can sneak your commander next to it and potentially just get those metal extractors, out of vision, out of sight, and just I would assume you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not so sure.
And
about
so I
this
think
one,
that'd be
maybe.
interesting. I think that'd be really interesting. Make an early push for just those early metal extractors that I don't think you can really, get very easily, unless you have some sort of like missile unit or something.
Yeah, or
So,
air or something like that. Yeah, you can of course walk up there and capture it with your own commander, which would be kind of cool. So we got a vehicle start and a little bit of co-op. I would like to see Victoria get this mix before the co-op starts, but of course, going straight in to get those scout units is always a banger of a move. Victoria is in fact going to be microing, whereas Varunda is going to be macroing. I am really interested to see how this match turns out now. A little bit of Archon play from the red team. And let's just see if we can catch first blood on the stream here. Show off my custom-made tings I've got.
oh, I love custom-made tings.
Yeah.
Oh, is it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Take first, Rascal. What's it gonna be?
I think the Rascal's going to get the first blood here.
Oh, boom!
Blood. There we go. Rascal kills Tick. First blood. How's that? Great scouting information from the red team. They see that these mixes in the center haven't been taken at all, so they can deduce from that the 2 starting points, and they can see each player's race and their layout at the start here. Do pick up a mix, which is quite nice. Nothing too crazy, but it's always lovely getting a mix in the early game.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I absolutely love seeing it.
Not too much going on. I think the vehicle play from Lord Vader is a very interesting choice. It would be really, really nice to see these vehicles go up against the bots, especially on these outside tracks, which are a little bit more flat, but very choky, where vehicles don't exactly do amazing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the vehicles would be atrocious on this map, is what it seems like, because I think because of the fact that it's so hilly, like they're not gonna be able to move hardly anywhere whatsoever.
In the
to be honest,
1v1s, I think vehicles would be basically unplayable to start with. You may be able to transition to vehicles at some point, not sure. But in 2v2, I think the vehicles' extra movement speed could be a little bit of a boon, especially on this outside track. If you can make it to this position here, or this position here, then you actually have like a decent size staging area to maneuver your vehicles around and use that extra movement speed and damage to your advantage. But of course, you've got to make it there.
That is true. Yeah. That's the big thing, It's gotta be able to make it. Yeah, but trying to get those vehicles up like these hills that are all throughout this area would just be so difficult. Like this whole area is gonna be difficult for any vehicle to get into. So I think like holding an area and trying to win the battle of attrition, I think you could make an argument that vehicles might be better in that aspect. But at that point, it's like, how are you gonna react to their bots that are constantly moving in? Yeah,
through the center position,
especially in the 2v2. Yeah.
I think when I was chatting to Neb very, very briefly about when he was making this map, I was asking him questions about the center position, because a lot of the time the center position is very rich for you and it gives you an incentive to fight over the middle. And I think Neb purposely left the center like this so you wouldn't really be fighting over it. The only thing really worth fighting for is the geo, and he wants more engaging gameplay on the outside. He of course made this mainly for a 1v1 map, but same principles apply in 2v2.
Yeah, no, and I kind of like that. I like the variety in that, because this isn't going to be like chess, where chess, you want to shoot for the middle to get that aggressive position. And in this case, like the aggressive position in the middle would be that you're just a little bit closer to the enemy base than they are, and so you'd be able to get in. But realistically, I don't see a huge incentive to push for that middle slot unless you are looking to be way more aggressive and be pushing in hard.
Yeah.
So, but we can see Victoria's pushing in with some of these pawns.
Yep. A 13 pawn push is very dangerous this early in the game. You can see Panic LLTs coming down for Jar. I don't know if there's actually going to be enough. A self-D on one of these LLTs might actually save the base. Oh, but Victoria hesitates. And now the moment's passed, and these pawns will not be able to get any significant damage done anymore. I think if Victoria had just gone balls to the wall, excuse my French, and pushed in there, could have got some serious damage. There's no commander defending, and there wasn't enough static D or army to actually fend off all those pawns. But it looks like they're going to go through the center to try and get some damage this direction. Might actually still get some value. We'll see. We'll see what happens here.
You know, this is a really interesting strategy that I'm seeing from Varunda and Victoria. Victoria doesn't have any form of production. All of the units that Victoria is using are Varunda's units. And it seems like it's working for them, which is insane to say that all the resources are just kind of being pushed into Varunda as of right now. And like, you know, it gives Victoria the ideal situation of being able to micro all these things and get into Lord Vender's base. Which is awesome.
Yep. For very experienced bar players, I think it even says in tutorial, a single lab is better than multiple labs, and that works for multiple players. So quite often in 8v8s and stuff, you'll see people co-op into a single lab because you get the extra build power and you save yourself a 700 metal right at the start on units, on that lab, so you can turn that 700 metal into units, and you start out with a stronger army value, and it's just a more economical. No, what am I trying to say? Not essential.
That's right.
Yeah, like more of an economical way to do it. Economical is not the word I'm looking for, but yeah, you get the gist of it. It's a very strong
you get the economy
strategy.
lead. Yeah. Yeah, but you could see Victoria actually circled Lord Vendor, commander, and it looks like they're pushing to get that nice little pawn rush into him. And it looks like they put a target on their head and said, "All right, I got $5 with his name on it."
Yep. They're definitely pushing him off that position. I don't think there's enough pawns and ticks there to kill him just yet. Need a little bit more, so instead of feeding, Varunda doing a great job of just holding back and denying him that area, and at the same time Lord Vita pushing through with incisors, which are very, very strong. And this is what I mean. Once you get to this nice flat ground up here, these vehicles become very dangerous if you micro them properly. So we'll see actually if there's any significant damage done here. These pawns are going to have a hard time defending against this many incisors.
Lord Vendor just found the hole in the middle, and it looks like, there's going to be putting in that huge pressure. If they lose that early bot lab, the only bot lab they have, that goes all of their pressure. Except Victoria. Yeah, Victoria just made a plant. This is... Whew.
Yeah, beautiful. This is not GG yet. They can definitely come back from this. But this is some serious economic damage. The energy production is so scary to lose. I would really like to see those e-storages go down, but the damage is still very, very good for the blue team here. And they, at the same time, for anybody who managed to catch that, they managed to defend a pawn push from Victoria. So very, very well played from the blue team there.
Yeah, these incisors are still going. Absolutely insane. The amount of value that blue team got from those is absolutely insane.
Yep, you can see they got all 4 of these starting mixes. They got a alright amount of energy production. Would have liked to see more. The wind turbines were nicely spread so they don't chain. But yeah, very, very damaging to the red team. They are down, but not out, guys. Drone carriers are more of an AA check. Yes, I don't know too much about drone carriers. They look alright, but I think they're just not worth it at the moment.
Victoria going the first person we've seen to go Legion vehicles. These Decurions, they can shred a lot of units. I've seen them being built in mass, and they actually can go bonkers. Oh, look at that. It's so cool to just watch them just go.
Jar going invisible, but not having the energy to sustain it is hilarious. That is such a bar play. Victoria not realizing Jar doesn't have the energy for a D-gun at the moment. There we go, the D-gun comes out.
I think they saw him. It's just crazy.
That's funny. These Decurions are quite good, but you do need to be rather close for them to land all their shots. But when you do get close, it is very, very hurty. Another incisor push from Lord Vita. Does get cleaned up though, and that is a beautiful feed for Varunda. That is what you love to see. That's 1.6k metal just chilling on the ground there. May lose a metal extractor and a radar, but that is easy. You don't want to lose the respots? No, the respots go down. That is a shame.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything
that
else
hurts.
you can afford to lose, but the res bots is definitely a shame. There are a few more res bots running around, so there's
Gosh.
no massive deal. Yeah, Victoria and Jar now running into each other, going to be building LLTs to defend themselves as best as they can.
Yeah, look at these Decurions just going. They're hammering into these guys, but they are they're the same price as about 3 of these incisors. So losing 2 incisors to 1 Decurion is huge value for the blue team.
I think the Decurions need to
yeah.
miss a little less for them to be very useful. But they're quite a cool unit to watch run around. I do like the machine gun, the ba 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 ba.
Yep, they got a few more incisors in. Those incisors are in, causing more trouble again.
A couple more energy production buildings. Oh, excuse me, are gonna go down. I would like, as these incisors run past these solars, to just tap them once, and that will close those solars for 5 seconds, and that will really reduce their energy income. Just a nice little micro if you can have the APM to do it. Right,
I don't know if Victoria's gonna have enough production. Oh, we got to pause on the line here, but I don't think Victoria has enough production to be able to keep up with Deja here potentially. Deja's got a huge line of units coming in.
Yeah, Jar building rocket bots from the back hurts my soul, but it kind of needs to happen. I think Jar's in a position now to be able to drop a bot lab at the front here, and that would really be a great staging area to just hammer into Victoria constantly. I think Victoria would struggle defending this, and it looks like Lord Vita actually has control of this 2/3 of the map. So it would be really, really nice for Jar to just overwhelm Victoria with a forward lab there. He does have con bots moving up towards the front, which may end up doing that for him. Not sure, we'll see. We'll keep our eye on it. Because the movement speed is a big factor. If you think about how long it takes a rocket bot to walk from here to here, you're thinking that's like at least 30 seconds? That's like a 30-second time window where it's not getting any value at all.
Yeah. And realistically, the amount of area that the blue team has to play with is much nicer. They're going to be able to build up a lot more in their lead that they currently have. And if they're able to build up all those metal extractors that are out there, then it's going to be great for them.
Yeah, I noticed that Lord Vita still hasn't rebuilt these, which is kind of funny. That's the type of thing I do.
Who needs them?
Yeah.
Who needs them? You don't need to claim all this either. You know, you don't need all that energy.
Yeah.
Not when you're going vehicles.
Yeah. It's not like vehicles cost more or anything. I do like this constant incisor harass from Lord Vita. I think Lord Vita should actually bring like some of these incisors around this way through his commander. I'm sure he knows where Varunda's commander is, so I'm not sure why he keeps going through the center. I think along this top lane would be a great way to break through.
You know, honestly, I think the reason why that they're completely ignoring the commander is just like what I said in the very beginning. You want to use this middle area just to put that constant pressure up and through and through and through. And if you're not putting that constant pressure, the middle's kind of useless to fight for, right? For resources. But if you're using it to put that pressure into their base, that's exactly what they want. They just want to shut them down constantly, get their resources down so they can continue to just push forward and get enough firepower that they can overwhelm the commanders with ease. Because right now, all these incisors might be able to take down the commander, but the way that it's positioned on this hill, it's hard to get around and hard to get behind it. And then once you try to come around that corner, it's just going to de-gun everything coming up.
Yep. Yeah, you want to definitely stay away from commanders when you can't kill the commander. Even if you can kill the commander, sometimes you want to stay away because you don't want to lose your army to that explosion. So it is a lot of the time better to just go around and destroy the base, unless it's 1v1, and then obviously you just want to kill the commander. But if you kill the commander and the game goes on, you've really got to weigh up your options here. I'm just checking out the statistics tab here, and you can see that the blue team is fairly ahead. They have produced about 4,000 metal more than the red team, and that includes reclaim as well. So they're actually in a great position here.
Oh yeah. They're looking beautiful here. If they're able to continue this pressure without any problems, then great.
Yeah.
But looking at the player views here, the red team can see these incisors no problem, but it looks like the blue team just noticed the commander. I don't think blue team knew that the commander was there.
Well, they've seen
begin with,
Varunda
but
there
now
before, but
now
I
they
think,
see it.
yeah, now you can see that Lord Vader is taking this high ground, but there are units here to stop them. I think these Centurions and stuff, I don't actually even know. This is going to be close. They are going to be able to clean this up, but they might take a little bit of damage again to their eco. These Centurions are definitely going to help. There we go, and that is enough to drive Lord Vader off, especially with respots coming in to repair and reclaim.
Deja got another 3 Decurions. That's crazy with that D-gun.
Oh, nice. Well done. I didn't see that.
But those
one.
rocket bots are now officially up and going.
Yep. And now those rocket bots, these Decurions are going to have a real struggle over time dodging rockets because they are so big and unwieldy. They're slow moving. Pawns coming through, trying to snipe Victoria. I think they're actually going to get Victoria's commander if they can get a nice surround.
Yep, they just got
moving.
overwhelmed.
Oh, great D-guns out of Victoria. Nice. I think with a little bit better micro from Jar there, that could have been it for Victoria, and that would have taken the Decurions too. Varunda getting amazing D-guns as well.
Yeah, it's crazy that Victoria is able to keep the pressure on with these Decurions. You know, I wouldn't think that they would be able to do enough, but we can see the range here. The range is 380 in comparison to the 475 to these rocket bots. These rocket bots also have a movement speed of 51.
Yeah,
and the Decurions are slow, so like these rocket bots should be able to just keep moving and grooving on them.
They can, but they are constantly going to lose ground. Jar's commander invisible, but not enough energy to sustain it. The repair factor on commanders is so strong, especially when you've got a tanky unit like a Decurion. You can see that. Is there a full health one banging around? There you go. 2,550 health is absolutely insane.
Oh, we got lances coming out now. The long-range skirmishers with the Decurions in the front to take the hits, while these lances are going to be able to start taking down these Rocketeers with relative ease if they actually shoot.
Yeah.
There we go.
Victoria
they're so cool. These rail
in.
Guns on the top.
Victoria needs to get in and start repairing these units. Is getting a bit more energy up for production, but yeah, really needs to repair units here. You can see the mace coming in to help out the rocket bots now. Jar's actually in a bit of a sticky situation. This is kind of anyone's game in the top lane here. It really depends on how they micro.
It looks like Deja stopped producing units, so this is the last bit of their units to be able to push in. If they're unsuccessful here, then Deja might just be dead here. With the commander might be dead here. But both commanders are looking very hurt.
Yep.
These railguns barely hit. Oh, man. You let them go free, they're going to do a lot of damage.
Oh, man. It's very scary for both commanders here. I think Victoria's going to go down. There's enough mace here to snipe the commander. And indeed, that's what they're going to do. At this point, I'll just dive with those mace. He doesn't dive. Does take out a few
barely dodging the rockets. Oh, man. These Decurions hiding behind the corpses of their fellow brothers. All they can do to defend themselves from these maces. Man, whoever comes out on top here, though, is going to have so much metal to play with.
Yep. This reclaim is at over 2k already. Victoria actually sacrificing the commander. No! Oh, there it goes! And that might be the game-ending play. The game-ending mistake from Victoria. Jar doesn't actually have units here. This is what I mean. If there was a bot lab here with a commander assisting it, Jar would be in a sick position right now. But of course,
we can see Victoria is given the commander to move back up. So this is if Victoria fails here with Varunda's commander, then that's literally game. But we can see, we got pinged over here. Here comes some bombers coming in from Lord Vender's side.
So 6 minutes 15 is when this mace left the lab, and we'll check again if the game goes that long to see how long it takes him to get to the front line, just so I can reiterate how bad it is to have a lab all the way back there when you're building slow units like mace. Nice D-gun out of Jar there. I'm really interested to see if this bombing run does damage as well.
Dude, honestly, these D-guns from Deja have been huge. That's what's been keeping them able to hold this spot. The way that they've been able to use their commander is amazing.
Yep, these tight spots for vehicles make it very hard because you can't run away from the commander's D-gun. You've got to be really cognizant of that D-gun range and the turning rate of your units.
Yep, and we can see Lord Vader was the first one to get their geothermal power plant, which is why they're able to go air here. And they're pushing up for the commander.
Yeah,
They're looking for it.
Here comes the bombing run. Looks like the red team is going to reclaim that commander. They do get the reclaim. That mace has almost made it to the front line, and it has been over a minute. So that's a whole minute without that mace actually shooting. It might be a minute and a half, really. And here comes that bombing run. Let's get a nice angle of this. See if they get any actual damage.
One anti-air up, but that's not going to be enough.
They get the lab.
Oh, there goes the lab.
Just the lab, though. That's value, but not enough. They need to get some eco damage done. And here come the bombers on
With the fact that they only have 2 anti-air turrets is not going to be enough. That is all gone.
And that is game now.
Oh!
Yeah, that was beautiful.
100%. They're going to be able to handle this.
No more eco for the red team. They basically have to push and kill both commanders if they can get it, which I don't think they'll be able to do.
No, they only have a chance for one, but the amount of units surrounding both the commanders is just... Yeah. I don't see them coming out of this.
Why do people use name for units that don't exist? Like what? What do you mean? What
like
names are we using?
Magic School Bus?
Yeah, Magic School Bus. Yeah, besides Magic School Bus. Yeah.
It's about the only one I can think of.
Those
but no, that's
do pick up the vehicle lab as well.
They literally are not producing any units at this time. They are sitting ducks. These bombers were the perfect build.
Yeah, transitioning into air is always such a play. And there's the GG.
And there is the GG.
2-0 to the blue team. Well played,
that
guys.
was such a cool demonstration of Neb's new map.
Very lovely to see that one. Very lovely to see. All
Good
right.
freaking game. Freaking G's.
Is there anybody else still left to play? Looks like nobody else has finished yet. Yeah, casual newbies have finished. Let me just bring this back down again. Let's check out Neb's game again, because the reason I say that is we will go ahead and watch Flying Wax next match to watch them all the way through. I think that'll be quite nice. So let's see if Neb's game is up and running.
What's the name under? Is it
No idea. I'm just gonna search.
Neb.
Oh, Neb's name's weird, so I'm just gonna search Modulo. Looks like they're back on Gasbag.
Modeblo?
Oh,
Gasbag, baby.
Oh, against Clan
Running it
Thugs.
back.
That's a clan I haven't seen yet.
Clan Thugs. They're
I
thugging.
think they're finished. Oh, Rocco. Rocco is shorthand for Rocket Bot. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of units have nicknames, guys.
Hey, that's new to me. Didn't know.
Rocco's.
Rocco's
Modern Life, yeah?
Yeah, that's a good show. I haven't seen that in a while.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that since I was a little baby boy.
Mug boy, well, it's a bot that shoots rockets. That's true.
Makes sense.
It is a rocket bot.
The Legion rocket bot, I'm not even sure what they're called, is pretty cool. The AoE is massive on them. Rocketeer, that's what they're actually called. Rocketeer.
Yeah, the Armada is Rocketeer. Cortex is Aggressor. And then I'm not sure on the Legion. Time to go to the bar official website and look it up.
And look them up. And the funny thing is, if you want to spawn them in skirmish and stuff, they all have different names. Like a Armada construction bot is an ARM CK. A Armada transport is ARM Atlas. It's very confusing. It's fun to lose. Winning 3.3k. Are they called bar points? What are the points called? Bar Beyond All Reasons rewards. Okay, I'm just gonna call them bar points. Aggravator makes even less sense. I mean, have you ever been hit by a rocket before? It's pretty aggravating.
Let me tell you, if you don't dodge them, yeah, it's pretty aggravating, 100%. You know, this is my question. Do we have the Legion units on the official website?
No,
I am not
because
seeing
it's
them
not
here.
officially released yet.
Gotcha. Official.
Yeah. You'd have to jump into a skirmish,
Official.
which you might have time
Makes
for.
sense.
Who are we still waiting for? Everybody's done, and the next bracket is up. So we will be watching
Oh,
Casual Newbies against Flying Wax. So let's
Yeah, we
check.
haven't seen them yet.
I'm assuming Flying Wax is our boy Raxel and Flying Duck. And indeed it is
Ooh.
some of my favorite people in all of Beyond All Reason. The DME clan. Absolute gentlemen, one and all of them. Never had
Alright,
a
what's
bad run in
the
with
game
those guys.
under? What is it called?
Just search up like Raxel or Flying Duck. But it looks like they just left for some reason. Maybe Raxel's restarting.
Got it.
Oh, the names are from Total Annihilation on the GitHub or whatever it is. Oh, everybody's left. Okay, it looks like they've actually got another one. Here we go.
Okay, bye.
All right. Oh, Autopilot and Sash Corinne. Oh my god, is that team Casual Newbies? No way. Let's have a look. It is. Sash Corinne and Autopilot, Casual Newbies. The name threw me. I didn't even click who it was. That is correct. This is going to be a match to behold, guys. This might be the highest the highest OS match of the day.
Really, I personally have never seen that Chev on autopilots before. Like how
Let's have a look.
how many years is that?
That is tournament winner. So I'm not actually sure what tournament he won. Did Team Pro win the 5 vs 5 tournament? Is that what it was? But yeah, tournament winners have a special badge.
Oh heck yeah.
Yeah, so that's how you know they're good, when they've got that little star there.
Dude, this is sick. I'm excited.
Who is Zephyr? He sounds like a doofus. Indeed. Can confirm Zephyr is doofus. Okay, so we got the ban and pick phase coming out. Let's bring up the map pool one more time so you guys can have a gander. What map haven't we seen? I still really want to see Prismatic Anomaly, and Incandescence is a bit of a weird one. It would be nice to see though.
Yeah, we also haven't seen Theta Crystals, Canis River, Desolation, Aurelia, sorry.
Yep.
So there's been quite a few maps that we haven't seen.
Yep.
Ravaged.
I really, really want to see Theta Crystals or Canis River. The reason for that is I just feel like a good old-fashioned like 2 vs 2. These two maps are very well played, and all of these players have played those maps a lot, so that like would see some real tense gaming from those two maps, I think. Autopilot won Alpha Cup.
Sure.
That's right. Autopilot won the Alpha Cup, so he is actually the #1 player in the world technically.
So he's like the GOAT. He's the guy.
He is the GOAT. Yep. He or she. Nobody knows if it's a dude or not. I'm certain.
Sorry, I say he for everyone. Sorry.
Definitely is a guy. Definitely is a dude. Yeah. Autopilot, absolute banger. And in 5v5s, Autopilot isn't actually the air player, which constantly throws me.
Ooh, air player. Yes, sir.
Yes, sirski.
I'm stoked for this. I'm excited to see the kind of strategies. If you're saying this is the highest OS that we can get, I'm pumped for this.
Yeah, Sash Corinne. Oh, Sash Corinne's not in Pro. Sash Corinne, formerly of Clan Pro as well. Very good player. Raxel, an amazing player as well. Flying Duck, pretty decent. I'd say Raxel's one of the top players in Clan DME. So we're going to be looking to see some beautiful gameplay from these fellas. I'm rooting for both teams, so it's really good. Autopilot is clearly an aeroplane. Clearly. I actually may have deleted them, but I remember I made cards for them in the 5v5 tournament. I'll see if I can find Autopilot's one for you. Because he is an aeroplane in the card I made.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, man,
I've seen a lot of Raxel and what he's done. I've been seeing him in tournaments. He's been Raxel. And he's been talking to me and whenever I've been streaming, and it's been awesome. He's been super supportive and he's been awesome.
Yeah. So all of the DME
my money
guys
is on nobody because I don't know anybody.
all the DME guys are lovely people, one and all of them. I've never had a bad experience with them. So, yeah, they're good people, and they're always in people's streams, big up in everybody, which you love to see. Oh, I do have their cards. I think yes. Let me bring this up on stream because this will be funny. Wait, is this the one?
It looks like we're getting the bands out as well.
Nice.
Pools of Illis banned, and Feast is banned.
Feast. Okay. All right.
Feast.
Let me go ahead and bring up this card
Feast of Hades.
so I
Okay.
can show it off, because I got to show this off a little bit, but not as much as I wanted. And why does this not work? Hold on. There we go. All right, and this is Autopilot's card here. Yeah, check that out. He's the plane from Clan Pro. Back then, he had a small teams of 48. So what's he sitting at now? 52. So he's definitely come a little bit. Swedish player. Back then, he had 1,366 hours playtime. So I assume he's had at least another 200 hours to that.
Jeez. And then the last two bands, the first band Lavender, and the other one Faster Than Light.
All right, I'm interested to see what they pick. Come on, Prismatic Anomaly and Canis River would be really love to see here. Flying Duck saying he's the worst player in this match by far. Wish me luck. I wish you luck, Flying Duck. You may be the worst player technically in this match, but you're better than me in any match, so there's always that.
Even if you're the worst player in this game, you're still number one in our heart. It's okay.
True. Facts. Straight facts. Prismatic's been picked. Let's go!
Whoa!
Oh, this is exciting. I can't wait to watch this match. This is the most amped up for a match today I've been, actually. This is going to be a banger. Or it could just be terrible and someone wins straight away. But either way, it's going to be great.
Roxel said it was supposed to be his pick.
Oh,
they were going to pick it as well.
Everybody wants to play Prismatic. I'm excited to see how this map plays out. This should be quite interesting. Just trying to throw my 2 cents in, see if I can get him to pick Canis. I feel like a little bit of nostalgia. Fly high, Ducky, says C3BO, the leader of DME. Welcome, C3BO. Coming to give support to your team. Alright, and they've picked Gasbag Grabbins. Okay. So Prismatic and Gasbag we're going to be seeing. This is going to be an interesting match.
I'm stoked. Let's see it. The Prismatic Anomaly pick. Yes, sir.
Yep. I have yet to see this map, and from the screenshots I've seen, she looks beautiful. So I can't wait to get in there and have a little look around.
You gotta see these pyramids. They do sparkle.
They spark. Do they?
Oops, not really. They're just shiny.
That's not the right screen. They're shiny.
Not really a sparkle, more of like a shimmer, a shine.
Geeking Frog throwing a little duck symbol up. My boy. That's cute. I'm going to steal that.
Duck Gang.
Oh, wow.
Duck Gang.
This map does look stunning. Oh, look at the sky. Wow. I could live here. I would never get sick of looking at this skybox. Wow. One side
looks awesome.
Basically blank space, but well, 2 sides. Yeah, absolutely stunning map. Let me just find out what way. So blue's at the bottom. Please excuse my spam of map spin. There we go. Hope nobody gets motion sickness. So we're going to have the green team, Sashkarin and Autopilot spawning on the south side, and Raxel Flying Duck spawning on the north side. Slightly different spawns here. Could work out for either team. I think the blue team's going to have a stronger center here, and our boy Flying Duck drawing a beautiful chicken.
Yeah, it's just what we needed. Raxel looking like they're looking to do more of like an obtuse angle strategy, trying to just like build out on the sides, and that would make sense, you know? I've only seen this map really played in a 1v1, so normally you'd build like an L shape, where you kind of build and then they go out this way, and then you both kind of, you know, fight that way. But in a 2v2, I definitely agree that if you're, whoops, wrong way. But I believe the Raxel's lines here really determine the story. That I think you can just push out on the sides, and it'll kind of look more like a all that glitters match where you're kind of fighting, you know, both sides and pushing out and trying to get control of the middle.
Yep. Yeah, I think the red team's gonna struggle to hold the center, And the blue team sort of has a very strong left side here, so I feel like our boy Raxel here is going to be under a lot of pressure, but we'll see. There is double Legion for the blue team, Legion Armada for the yellow team, or red team I should say. So I'm expecting maybe mass goblins at the start from Legion. I'd really love to see that, because they're so cheap and you can just overwhelm with them. And Zephyr saying Tim B did the sky for this one. And Geeking Frog saying that it is a welcome addition to solar maps. And this definitely is a welcome addition to solar maps. I might have to get some build orders going for this one.
You know, for me, I am a solar enthusiast. I love all solar maps just because it is very consistent. You know, obviously they're very heavy in the metal department, so you're going to need to build up and get as much metal as you possibly can. But, you know, it's much more exponential growth when it comes to a solar-based build. If you get plenty of metal, you can build up the solar much faster, in my opinion. Yes, granted, you know, windmills, you're going to get your energy more efficiently, but, you know, solar, you can get it more consistently.
Yeah, I used to hate solar maps when I started. Now I love them because they are so consistent. There is no randomness, and it is just pure beauty. Looks like we got first blood going to Raxel. Raxel takes first blood. Wheelie on wheelie battles. Alright, no scouting information yet, and straight into Alaris from Sash Corinne after that first scout unit. The wheelies will be doing U-turns and running away from that. Looks like a little bit of scouting information going to be coming out for Sash Corinne here.
I love the wheelies, they're adorable.
Yeah, they're so cute.
This is their little gun on top.
He's going to be getting a little bit of value here, clearing up that mix that's being built. And my phone just died, so I no longer have chat, so it's up to you to keep up with chat, brother. Sorry about that.
I got you.
Alright, he may harass this construction vehicle a little bit, but it is going to get cleaned up eventually, this wheelie. A little bit of scouting information from the blue team, but nothing too exciting.
Yeah. No, and honestly, I think Shadow makes a point of Vanguard on top of that pyramid would be nice. I agree, if you could build anything on top of the pyramids. I've tried building everything, but you know, you can't really build anything on top of the pyramids.
Vanguard
but it's
is
really
a
cool to see.
Unit.
Oh, I thought it was like a turret or something I wasn't aware of.
Super long range. It's a T3 long ranged plasma.
Oh,
it's very, very cool.
Hey,
unit.
You know what? Shows that that he knows more than I do.
Yeah, it takes a long time to learn all the units. I only know because it's an Armada unit. If he said a Cortex unit, I would be just as confuzzled. Great defense from these
for me,
lovely.
I love seeing how fast they're moving things out. Right, these last few games, they're each of the teams have been like pretty consistently like slowly moving out, but it's really cool to see these two teams and how fast they're like, okay, get out there, get the resources, get the resources, and they're also able to keep up the pressure as well. And so it's really cool to see all the different micro that they're able to do here.
These high OS players, especially these four guys in general, they are definitely 1v1 players, and something that 1v1 players do very well is pump those early units out to gain the map control and expand quickly. And you can see that everybody is actually going into that. Flying Duck opting to leave his commander in base and not expand as quickly, but he is double expanding with construction bots. So they're basically playing very 1v1 style, but in a 2v2 match, which is very, very nice to see. And you can see here that autopilot's actually expanding this way and expanding this way. I think the blue team spawns I actually like a little bit better, because if one gets into a bit of trouble, they can lean on each other for support. But at the same time, Raxel's actually slipped through with a couple of Alaris here. This might be huge. I'm not sure how well this Pharos is going to do defending against these guys. But if they split up like they are, actually this might be a bit of micro mismanagement from Raxel. Oh, the Pharos
because that turret's
save.
gonna rip it to shred. Oh,
yeah.
Not as much value as you would want to get from these guys. You know, one metal extractor really isn't going to be enough for a leak like that.
No, he shouldn't have split them up as much, and you can actually hide in behind like solars and stuff to hide from turrets, so you could have got a significant amount more damage there. But he did get the scouting information he needed, and oh my god, I just noticed these two commanders. Very close, and actually on opposite sides.
Yeah. Yeah, Sash Korin really they didn't build any anything to produce any units or anything like that. And so like to be honest, Autopilot's going to be just chilling, building as much as they possibly can and just working around, and Korin is just going to be there to support Autopilot, it seems like.
A little bit of co-op gameplay. Great defense from the red team here, defending this middle section on their side of the map against those units. Do manage to clean that up with no major losses. There is a significant push on the right side of the map from Autopilot, so this construction bot is dead and gone. That is a guarantee. He is running for his life, but we are going to watch in slow motion as he catches him. And you can keep an eye on Raxel and Sash Corinna de-gunning each other's towers, just having a little commander battle. Both commanders actually out of position over there on the minimap if you guys are watching. But Sash Corin actually has an army coming to assist him, so Raxel is going to be in a bit of trouble if he doesn't build static D soon.
Yeah, the fact that Flying Duck had to react to these Helioses coming in towards his base, he would have been able to send all those pawns over to potentially catch Sash Korin, but yeah, they were able to get their commander out of there no problem. And these Helioses are going to be able to potentially clean up these pawns because they do a lot of damage.
Damn, Helios
but
is
maybe
strong,
not.
dude. Pawn's also OP though. Holy, that single pawn MVP.
True.
Does go down. Single Helios survives, but that's not enough to do damage, so that's basically no worry. Raxel's still hunting down Sash Corin's commander, and you can see Sash Corin's actually got the pumpkin head for winning that tournament. Very cute on the Legion commander. I think it really goes with him there. And if you check out Raxel's commander, he's got the Goblin hat on for winning Fight Night back in the day. Beautiful, beautiful commanders.
It is
here.
awesome.
Yeah. Another push for Helios through the center, and this is a very micro-heavy match today between these guys. Sash Corin and Raxel really digging deep into the enemy territory. Sash Corin just no holds barred. He is just going for it and hoping that he doesn't die. Even if he does, they do have Autopilot back at base to defend. And this is what I mean about the spawn point for the red team. Because nobody spawned, they didn't spawn close to each other, they are now having to both defend the center, whereas on the blue side, only one person has to defend, and you've got a bit more, you can sort of move to the right and left of the map a little bit easier, whereas these guys sort of have to come across to the center.
Yeah, but granted, you know, even if the blue team is able to push right through the middle and claim anything in there, it's really not going to be too bad for Flying Duck and Raxel.
Because I disagree a little bit, because Sash Corin, you can see he's been walking, building these LLTs, so he is actually isolating Raxel from Flying Duck, and now they can team up 2 versus 1 against Flying Duck. Raxel is taking this entire side of the map, which is lovely for the red team, but Flying Duck is going to be alone soon, so if he can't defend, he is going to be in a sticky situation. Especially with this air coming out.
We got mass mosquitoes coming in as well, and I doubt they have any anti-air ready to go.
Oh no.
For these mosquitoes.
Yep, here they come. They might go for the comm snipe. The AA does come up because they did see those mosquitoes fly over some mixes there. And the AA might come up in time. It does, and I think these mosquitoes will go down before they can get significant damage. Let's see. Yeah, Flying Duck preparing.
Maybe anti-air turret down. There we go.
And Flying Duck's going to die.
For the commander this time.
Basically a Banshee snipe. I love it. He walks away from the lab so he doesn't lose the lab if the commander dies.
Yeah. Legion version of a Banshee snipe, potentially.
Yeah. And on this side, there's more mosquitoes.
So quick.
Suicide bombers. They can suicide on Raxel.
Oh, but they don't know where the commander is.
Oh, the defense. Is Flying Duck going to live?
12.
Oh my god. Oh
my
god. And the suicide bombers are going to get a bit of damage, but not as much as they could hope for. That's still decent
a little
damage.
bit,
Yeah. Damn, that was close. They almost ended the game there. Transitioning into air, very, very risky.
Yeah, but you know what? It works.
Yep, and I think Sash Corin can finish off the commander with these Helios. And Flying Duck's going to sacrifice the commander to com-bomb them. No, he doesn't get them all, and that's what I mean. Now Flying Duck is isolated, and he's basically gone. Raxel has pushed his way to the center, but there's not much further he can go because now he's near Autopilot's base. So I think the blue team might take the win here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Sashkar putting all that pressure in the middle. You're 100% right. I was wrong on that 100%. There's the GG coming
There's
out.
the GG.
Putting that pressure in the middle and splitting them up definitely was the play.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Once they saw the 2 spawn points, they just formulated a plan that quick, and they managed to actually pull it off almost effortlessly. Rexel definitely did put a spanner in the works there, but they still managed to pull it off. That was a great game to watch.
You could see that the overall general aspects of each of the games that we've watched, be aggressive, get your stuff up, was executed flawlessly by both of these teams, and it was so much faster and more efficient. It was so cool to see just like how much quicker and how fast they get going. They're like go 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 go.
Yeah,
And
that was a
the
great
way
match
that
to
they're
watch.
reacting to these is awesome. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
great.
First time I've seen Prismatic Anomaly, and it's given me a couple of ideas about how to play the map. I will need to see it a few more times to actually formulate some ideas of my own there. But that was a great little match to watch. I think the spawn points for the blue team were slightly better there. The red team, if they had pressured a little bit more, did have the capability from their spawn points to lock the blue team into a corner, but they just couldn't get enough units out and enough pressure applied to lock them in there, and that allowed Sash Karin to just power straight through the center. Oh, and it looks like we're going straight into the next one.
Yeah, they don't play. They're ready. They're ready for this gas bag grabbins. They're ready to grab that victory.
Yeah. I'm kind of interested to see the juxtaposition between these guys playing on this map and the first time we watched it with Neb and the other team. Yeah.
Because that was definitely a slower game. You know, they even went tier 3.
Yeah,
so we're going to see what happens here.
Yeah.
So we'll see how much faster these guys get this done.
To see how they all open here. Oh, and you can see there's a co-op opening straight off the rip and a more standard opening on the other team. This is going to be very interesting. I'm really, really interested to see what they go here. It looks like we're going to have Armada and Legion versus Legion and Legion. So this is going to be a really, really cool game.
Yeah, it's the same thing as last time, potentially. Yeah.
It's very interesting. Oh, let's go.
It's so cool to see how the strategy is completely flipped this time, though, because last time Autopilot did the eco strategy where Sash Karin was the one who was out there getting the pressure, getting out there, while Autopilot was the one building up all the eco. But this time it looks like they're switching it up to where they're both going to be building something up, but on the red side, Flying Duck is going to be ecoing out while Raxol is the one going to potentially hit out there and get the pressure as needed.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Not quite sure how the strategy for the red team really works out here. I'm interested to see how this plays out, because I think having like these 4 mixes, man, that is insane. That's 8.4 metal right off the start that they're going to be missing by not building those. Yeah, I don't know. I think just having someone spawn even on this outside, you can build LLTs here, and it sort of blocks off this whole side, and then you can like, I don't know, you just get a bit of eco start. So we'll see.
I mean, just look at the resource advantage right now. Like, yes, they have the energy advantage, but energy advantage is only really good if you're playing Legion. But Flying Duck is not playing Legion; they're playing Cortex. But it looks like they're building Legion bot lab, though.
That's because...
So maybe that might actually be the advantage they're looking for. But the resources are constantly pushing towards the blue side, though.
Yeah, if the red team had gone Legion mixes, they would definitely be down a lot more metal, because the Legion mixes produce less metal. So I'm assuming they've gone like this because they don't want to lose out that extra metal. But they want the Legion units, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I think they're gonna have to rush here. I don't know, like rush out to take this high ground at least, because they're essentially just giving up this high ground straight off the rip to the blue
to be honest, I'm confused. I'm confused what their thought process is.
It definitely is a viable play. You do see high OS players do these types of plays all the time, but it's just dependent on whether it pays off or not. You can see Flying Duck leaving to get the eco up and running now, and Raxel doing the same. They've got the build power in the base they need. Just is it going to be enough? I'll be really interested to check out the graphs at the end of this game, if you can remind me if I forget, to see the difference, because we'll clearly be able to see the difference in the eco here.
Also, don't forget, look at the graphs at the end of the game. I got you.
Cheers,
don't
mate. Alright, scout units coming out for Sash Corinne, so he is going to spot some things, maybe, unless he gets cleaned up before he can figure out what's going on here. But you can see, even the blue team
I'm just
doing
curious
the same
how they're
thing.
going to pull this. This is so interesting to me. But I think the blue team might have executed it a lot better because of the fact that Sash Corinne was able to build up the metal extractors much faster and get those going and rolling. But because they're both Legion, it really doesn't matter in the fact that that's what they're doing. So
yeah, they save a bit on energy. Yeah, but the less metal on this map specifically is less viable because you get so much energy from the reclaim on this map that you don't need energy from your metal extractors. I think Cortex metal extractors will be so much stronger than the Legion on this map.
Yeah, but with the upgraded metal extractors that Legion gets, where it switches to where you lose energy but gain more metal production, if they're able to hold out longer, then I think that that's going to swing more towards where they will have the metal advantage in the end.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm like, it's iffy. It's up there. I don't know, because everything is leaning blue side as of right now.
Yeah. Yeah, the blue team definitely have a stronger eco start. You can see that Raxel's made it to that high ground earlier, but the blue team does have a little bit. It's pretty even. I just need to check something real quick. Does every single player in this match has a hat? Just so everybody knows. I didn't realize that before. Yeah, that's just how good these guys are.
They're there. Absolute units.
Yeah, they've all got special hats. I really want to get myself a special hat. It would be lovely to have. Oh, my there we go. I didn't have my Kiwi bird up. There we go. All right, so fairly even. Looks like the blue team's slightly ahead on eco.
Yeah.
But they're I think the blue team's got, they've got, what do they have extra? They've got not really much. I think it's very even here. So
no, even the army value is like just barely under.
Yeah.
Everything is just leaning towards blue side as of right now. The biggest advantage I would see with red right now is the fact that they built bots. They can go for that high ground much faster than the blue team can because vehicles really struggle on those sloped inclines.
Yeah.
That's the biggest advantage, and they also have a larger advantage on the high ground on the southern side by Raxel, and they're really putting the pressure here in the middle area. But these Decurions, the big boys, are coming out ready to hold that middle line.
Yeah.
So
the red
it's
team
really,
has a
as we said, pretty even.
The red team has a better maneuverability advantage, but I think the blue team has a really strong offensive advantage. If they can play from these high grounds, they're in a good position because vehicles going downhill obviously don't lose speed and they are stronger than bots inherently. But it's whether they can get damage done by going up hills is the main problem. And I think, yeah, like you said, bots are a better pick on this map. I think vehicles is a bit of a mistake.
Man, if we see the Karkanos right here in the mid area, it has two different ranges, the long range and the mid range, because it has two different weapon types, and it is really cool because they keep up with the Decurions on the damage up front with the lasers. But if you get any closer, he's going to be able to start doing both the guns. But it's able to hold up pretty good against the Decurions. It's surprising that it's still alive, to be honest, but it gave that pressure that they needed.
Yeah. The Sash Corinne is here with his commander, so he has that repair advantage, and you can see that after every engagement, he can come back and get the repair off. So he's slowly getting value from those guys. And also, Autopilot's in a nice defensive position here, so the red team's definitely not going to be able to get up this hill. I think they're going to take a side each, and then we're going to see them transition into T2 fairly quickly, or maybe a quick air transition would be coming out, maybe. We'll have a look and see if... Oh, there we go. We've already got the air transition.
There's air for red.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is something new to me. This is the Sash Corinne's building what's called a hive, where it carries 6 drones. To be honest, I have no idea what that means, but
drones
it's
are like
it's
real life
thing.
drones. there you go. You can see one coming out now. The drones do cost metal to produce, and they can be shot down. You can get mobile drone carriers, and there goes Flying Duck's commander. I didn't even see him there. Not even sure what he died to. I think he died to Decurions. That's crazy. But at the same time, there are mosquitoes coming out. The mosquitoes do get shot down by Decurions, so they don't get the damage done that they were hoping for. And now Autopilot's here, but Autopilot's a little bit out of position. He's desperately trying to repair this Decurion, but he is going to get sniped by these lobbers. He does try to get D-guns off, but not quite. And yeah, Flying Duck is desperately trying to hold this commander position because he wants to get that reclaim. Yeah, Autopilot's going to have to be careful.
Holy cow.
This is crazy. I would have really liked to see suicide bombers come out here. Both players have
yeah, it's crazy how fast I can't say his name. Sashkorin. Yeah. Sashkorin and Autopilot were able to just like put on the pressure as needed. It was really cool to see just like how quick they got things rolling. And look at how many turrets Autopilot has up here. These light heat ray towers. Like he just made a circle of them. He was like, I'm holding this spot down, whether you like it or not.
You definitely want the static D on the top of these mountains, I would call them, just because units moving up are definitely at a disadvantage. And you can see here, Flying Duck's actually resigned to losing this commander, so he's doing as much damage as he can with these lobbers, because the more damage that a wreckage is, the less metal it gives. So he's willing to just give that wreckage up, and he's just trying to get rid of as much metal as he can before it gets reclaimed. But he does get driven off, and they do still get basically all of that reclaim.
You can just see the power of these Decurions, man. They are so strong.
Yeah.
Give them something to heal them up and just go.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think they really, really need the repair factor, and then they become definitely a viable unit. But without repair factor, they're just so slow moving, and they take damage like crazy. But they've got so much health that if you can repair, they have that sustained damage.
Oh, yeah.
I think mass suicide bombers out of the red team could have won them the game here, because both of the blue commanders were very, very low. And the blue team was a bit slower on getting the air up, but that would have been a risky play in any case.
Dude, we got all three of the commanders just meeting up here in the middle.
They
are ready to intimidate each other.
Yep. Raxel can get pushed. Well, Sashkorin can suicide here, and that's going to be GG. Sashkorin's going to go for the con bomb, and that's game over.
Con bomb, baby! The commander bomb.
Massive misplay from Raxel there, but maybe Raxel was just, it's game over and just gave up sort of thing. Let's check that graph.
Show graph?
Yeah.
Show graph? There you go.
So yeah, you can see that the blue and the red player were the players that were getting the eco here, and the blue team were just ahead the entire game. So yeah, I think the starting in the two spots is much more viable.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Like, they were ahead the entire time, which gave them the lead to be able to do what they needed to do. That was awesome.
Yeah. Looks like Raxel actually produced more metal than anybody else, but that is offset by... sorry, not Raxel. Flying Duck produced the most metal, but Raxel offset that by producing the least. Yeah, very exciting game there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, that's to be expected, right? Because, you know, Flying Duck went Armada. And so that's to be expected, the fact that, you know, they produce more metal overall in the beginning, in the early game. So
yeah. It allows you to get that ball rolling.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Legion only going,
that was
so
awesome.
OP. Oh, lovely.
No,
yeah, Autopilot is
look
amped up to have Legion released.
I'm right there with them. I'm ready.
I think everybody's excited for
I'm ready
Legion
for my Decurion span.
Yeah.
Give me my vehicles. I'm ready.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, I think those are two very fast games. So, maybe we can catch someone else's games?
Yeah, it looks like a Swedish Shark enthusiast and Thugging It Out are actually done. They went 1-1, so they tied.
Okay. A game has just started 17 seconds ago, and it's on Neb's map, so we can actually watch... Actually, it was 2 minutes ago. But we can actually watch Neb play on his own map, which would be interesting to see if he knows any cheeky tactics.
Who was it?
Who is it? I think it's Pretor. Pretor is who they're playing against. Yeah, Pretor and Roe. Yep, so we're just here at the start of the match. Am I still... No. Well, lucky I checked that. Let's bring the game thing over. There we go. Okay, so Neb's starting very far forward as the Legion Commander on a double mix. I guess they're all double mixes. Everybody, spectators just having a good time. And Medulla. So it's double Legion for the red team. And on the blue team, we've got Armada and Cortex. Looks like we're going to see some battery gaming, maybe, from Pro Rao and Pro Pretor. Okay, interesting. Cortex Armada versus Double Legion. And I haven't seen people double Goblin Rush, which is something that I really want to see. I don't think it's very viable at all. I think it's quite weak. Unless you're super good at micro, and if you run into LLTs, they just die, so that's probably why. We got a Centurion as the first unit. Let's watch him make his way slowly across the map. I love this unit, dude. It's so powerful if you get the rating off with it. Absolutely.
Sorry, the Centurion. You mean the Centaur?
Oh, sorry, Centaur. I call them Centurions because I I build Centurions
I was like,
all the time.
wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Yeah, Centaur. Yeah. Getting the Centaurs across the map, they're great. They're nice and quick, and they absolutely chew through metal extractors and eco buildings. They're all right against units, but it's the raiding capability of these Centaurs that I like so much.
Yeah. My favorite part about the Centaurs, you can literally just run them straight into enemy units, especially if they're like plasma gun users. You can use them to make them shoot. And they're, have them do friendly fire against the enemy. And that's, you just run them straight in and call it good. But like you said, running him into the enemy base is going to be a huge advantage if he's able to do it, right?
This is not as choke pointy as other maps we've seen, but you can see these two sides very choky. So the Centaurs are going to be greatest if they can find a gap around the edge, or mainly through these center points, I'd say. Centaur's not really a head-to-head unit, in my opinion, because they've got quite short range, so you need to go in range of taking damage to actually deal damage.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you should take at least like the incisor approach that we saw from last game on this map, which is, run them up in the middle in the area that they can't see and just get them up there as fast as you can. I think that's going to be the best way to use them here, at least in the early game case.
These grunts trying to slip by Neb's commander. They do think better of it and back off.
Yeah,
Pro Rao.
Pro Preacher
sorry, carry
pointed out that Neb's commander's right there.
Yeah, Pro Rao building the
hey,
OP walls early. There's not really a whole lot they can get through these walls at T1, except for a commander, I guess. So that's going to be quite nice, blocking off that whole side with just some LLTs. I would like to see him actually take these mixes, but I guess he's blocking off this like side route here. And you can see that Neb's units, I was going to say automatically go that way, but he's actually selected them to go that way. I think these goblins are going to be in for a rude surprise when they come around that corner. And there we go.
Yeah, there they go. See you later.
Yeah,
Free metal. Thank
goblins
you.
are very, very squishy boys.
Yeah, and maybe Prot Row might just build another wall. He might be a pro wall builder here.
Pro wall builder. So for people that don't know, Clan Pro, which Pretor is part of, have like a trial period for new members, and that's what that lowercase t is. That's members on trial period. You feel like blue loses the expansion? Oh, because he only had one lab. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So not a whole lot of damage being done. Both teams doing a half-decent job of stopping raids from coming through. But at the same time, Neb has managed to slip some goblins through. 9 goblins have potential, but they are very split up, and there's not a whole lot of direction they can go here. They're going to run straight into these
Look at
grunts.
this interesting radar that Neb has also built as well. So he can see... He can't really see much of what Protro built, right? But it's there in case he starts setting dudes up. So
yeah, he can see this
see.
like this little spot here. But yeah, I think that radar could have a little bit better positioning, but I think he's limited in where his commander can actually reach. And you can see that Ro is actually chucking a radar up on the opposite side, so they're about to be neighbors here. And you can see that Ro's radar is much more effective.
What's interesting is no one is really contesting this area up here in the north except for Modulo. Modulo's the only one who's up here, and they have free range to build all of these metal extractors and put the pressure on. If they don't react to this, there could be some massive trouble going on here.
Yes. There is a raid coming through from Pretor. Oh my god! Was that a Karkanos? That Karkanos just died and blew up all those grunts and basically thwarted that entire raid from Pretor. That was huge. That was actually huge. I don't see a lot of places for the blue team to actually get damage done. It looks like Pretor is going to be going this direction to try and cut Medulla off. And now it's going to be grunts versus, what are they called again? Ballistas. So Medulla is looking to secure this area and fend everybody off. And if he can do that, they'll be in a good position. I'm trying to decide right now whether Pretor is out of position or in a great position. It's hard to tell. It's a very dangerous spot for him to be in with his commander. Maybe he's going to LLT up this spot to defend himself.
Yep, and you can see he's got walls ready to go. He's got them queued up, ready to go. So he's building his own little base out here. He's like, I don't need units. I just need all my turrets that I can build up.
Oh, those Karkanos are so good against grunts.
Yeah, Modulo is just he's having a good time up there. He's chilling. But we can see that he's got Pretor's got the Cortex metal extractors, which have turrets on top of them. Pretty expensive to make, but you know they can help defend themselves.
Yes, they are basically an LLT on top of a mix, but they have a significant health advantage compared to LLTs. But if they die, you lose a metal extractor and an LLT, so there's a bit of a trade-off there, but they are very, very strong against early game raids. But then again, these rocket bots do outrange them, so there is that.
Yeah, and these brutes just aren't fast enough to be able to avoid the rockets very easily, especially when they're grouped up in a group like that. That's just like what you don't want. You want them spread out, or else they're just going to be getting hit. But smashing 2 brutes with 1 rocket.
Yeah, these ballistas have great AoE on their rockets when they land. Oh, and there goes Pretor's commander. I was wondering if he was going to go down. He did get some nice D-guns, but he does go down in the end. So yeah, I was trying to decide if he was out of position or in a good position. Turns out he was out of position. He didn't have enough to protect him. Especially with Medulla pressuring here, it caused his entire army to defend, and he had nothing to protect his commander here. So it was a great play from Medulla there. Yeah,
and honestly, Ro is he's just chilling. He's having a good time. He's chilling, but while his friend is getting absolutely, destroyed here on the northern side.
Yep, I think all 4 players are sort of focusing on the top half here. Even Neb and Ro are just chilling here. All these walls come up and there's not much you can do, so everybody's just focusing over here. I think Pretor's going to try and make a push, but I don't think he's actually going to get very far with this push. There's only rocket bots, but as long as he keeps walking backwards, he's in a good position to defend.
To be honest, though, if I'm Neb in this situation, I'm perfectly content with Ro just chilling. Like, let him sit in his corner, let him do what he wants. I'm going to build up more metal extractors than he is. We have the mid control. I can build up our metal in more abundance. And, he's like, I can deal with you later. Because he's got no units down there to defend him. But he's building wardens, he's building, light laser turrets. But that's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, I think Medulla has actually been forced off this top spot, and he's kind of getting surrounded here. He's in a bit of a sticky situation. I think Ro is overcommitting to static defense, but that's kind of fine because he is helping push Medulla off the spot. They do know his commander's there, but they don't know exactly where he is, and Medulla expertly hiding here, invisible. It's only going to take 1 scout unit to spot him for it to be all over Red Rover, but luckily where he is not in the path of any units. I was going to say that the red team's good because they had control of basically all of this, but now they're sort of slowly losing that northern position, so
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because Neb here has so many of these lobbers coming in and building the mosquitoes to come and support them here. Because I doubt they have any form of anti-air, but these lobbers, there's so many of them. I think they can just walk right into the base, no problem.
These grunts and tanks, once these brutes come along, they should be able to force off these lobbers. But what Neb's push has actually done is drawn all these units away from Medulo's commander, and now he can just start rebuilding that area that he's in and just breathe a little easier. So I really commend Neb for what he's done here. He's sort of sacrificed a bit of army value here to take the pressure off Medulo and allow Medulo to... he's actually going for a raid with these centaurs, and...
Yep, might as well. Might as well. Neb has put the pressure on. Might as well just keep pushing.
Yeah. And as long as they keep the pressure on and block the blue team into this little corner they've taken, the red team actually are ahead in all statistics. So all they need to do is, so this is what I call the snowball position. They have the map control and they have the eco control. So if they just stay in this position, they're set themselves up for a good win here.
And and you know what? I can tell the blue team. Yeah, there we go. Blue team has no idea though, but they got mosquitoes coming in. Ready to go here in just a minute. Yep, here they come.
There's only one commander. They know he's down here, but they're too afraid to attack him, so they're going to go for the eco, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter if you know where it doesn't matter if your commander's just sitting in a corner. Like, you might as well, like, it's just a person who's, like, stuck in a grocery store during a zombie apocalypse. Yeah. It's a matter of time that they're going to be taken over.
There's the GG.
There it is.
Well done, Neb and Medulo. That was very well played. I think Roe was a little too passive. A few units just keeping pressure on the south side would have really benefited them. Yeah.
Yeah, Stylebots is so true here. He's like, that was a master cloak move from Medulo. I agree. 100%. That was an awesome game.
That was a great cloak from Medulo. If the blue team had seen him go invisible there, I'm not sure if they did or not, but they might have been able to snipe him, but they didn't. And I think that's the end of that match. That might be the whole bracket done. We got 2 more rounds. Woohoo. Let's check the actual standings to see who's ahead here. Let me bring the standings page up. And let me scroll down to the standings. Now, how does this look? If I zoom out a bit.
Ooh, the casual newbies and the flying wax are tied for first right now.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yep. Let me... scroll up a bit. There we go. I think that fits everything in. Almost. Hold on. Bear with me, guys. There we go. All right, now we can see. Might zoom out one more time. Just to get everything in there. There we go. Okay, I'm not sure if everyone can read that or not, but that is our standings. Yeah, like you said, the flying wax and casual newbies in a tie. And we actually saw them play, and Casual Newbies... Wait, didn't Casual Newbies beat them? Maybe that's not updated yet. Because I think Casual Newbies might be ahead. Let me reload this, and we'll have another look. Yes, there we go. The round 4 is up, but we'll just keep an eye on this for a second. And Casual Newbies, 3 wins, no losses, whereas second place is tied 3 ways.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting games. Yeah. Very, very good so far. I've been loving it. Whew. It's cooking in here too. So, who are we looking at watching? Who have we not watched? I mean, we haven't watched Pretor and Roe play an actual... I guess we saw that whole match. Who haven't we watched at all?
I'm trying to think. I don't think... Telekamastu we've watched.
Yeah, I think we've seen everybody once now.
Yeah, I think we've seen everybody.
Cool. So, who do we feel like watching? I need to go for a quick bio break. If you want to think about who you want to watch, I'll chuck us back in the main lobby.
I want to hear what chat thinks. Who do we want to watch, fellas?
Yeah,
who
let
are we
us
thinking?
know. When I come back, we'll decide.
What's been everyone's favorite game as well? So far, my favorite game to watch has definitely been the one between Flying Wax and the Casual Newbies. I loved watching them go, like seeing how fast they were able to move, how everything was so fluid and moving. I absolutely loved it. I thought that was freaking awesome. But I'd love to hear from you guys. What are we thinking? Like, who do we want to watch? Who's been your favorite so far? What's been happening? What's been going? Hope everyone's having a good time. I've been having a great time. Things have been so good. It's nice not having to solo cast because usually by this time my throat is killing me whenever I've been solo casting. And it says Neb. Neb himself has been your favorite. Dude, that's just Neb. Not his teammate, just Neb. Understandable. Neb is awesome. Shout out W Neb for Pools of Illis. W Neb. But no, like it has been such a good day so far. It's been awesome. Things have been going great.
Yeah, big W's for Neb. Making that map, and that's his first map ever made, I'm pretty sure. So it's great to see that.
Are you, really?
Around. Yeah.
I could have sworn he's made another one.
Nope. Maybe he's made just finished making another one, but that was his first ever map, as far as I'm aware.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a very, very good map, especially for his first one. Yeah. Do have to give a big shout out to his teammate Modulo. He is the one guy who taught me how to 1v1 when I first started. He would just periodically pop in, give me a little bit of advice, crush me, tell me why I lost, and then leave. And that happened for about a month before I beat him. Yeah, it was crazy. Good, yeah.
Heck yeah. Small teams are the best to watch. Rage Bacon, I think that's awesome. I'm glad you had that opinion. For me, I'm more of an 8v8 guy. I love watching like the big team battles. There was one that I watched where it was like over 100 players were in it. I think it was like 25v25 v25 v25. It was insane.
Yes,
but
the
like
official,
the fact that it was able to hold that, it was so cool. So
the big team.
Bar has been the most
cool.
fun Twitch content. Heck yeah.
Yeah, Bar has some amazing content. I love watching Bar on like Twitch and stuff when I'm not streaming. I like to just watch other people doing it. It's good fun.
Yeah, I'm still relatively new to like learning about RTS and stuff. And like Bar is the first game I actually like went hard in wanting to learn real-time strategy, like strategies and stuff. And it's been so cool to see all the intricacies involving Bar, like the little things like, oh hey, did you know your commander can go and steal dudes structures and stuff? I was like, I didn't know that. That's so cool. It's like the little things. So
all right, I've found a lobby we can join. I'm not sure if people had said who they want to watch, but I've seen a lobby pop up that we can go through to, and it's team, what is it, Swedish Shark Enthusiasts versus the, oh my god, who are they called again? Torkatsu. So I think that'll be quite a good match to watch.
All right, let's do it.
Jump across. We're already into the match, so we've got a Legion and Cortex, and it's on Canis River, which is like one of my favorite maps. So we got Legion Cortex versus Armada Legion. So this would be interesting, actually. This would be really interesting. Varunda being on the more open position and Victoria in the far safer spot. We've got Legion bots and Cortex vehicles here. And we've got a Armada bots in the safe position, and Tal actually spawning next to the Geo. Very, very aggressive spawn here as the Legion bots. I'm surprised nobody spawned, well actually I'm not surprised, in the very, very, very aggressive spot here. That just would never happen in 2v2 as far as I'm aware. It would be kind of crazy to watch two people spawn in a double aggressive spot. That'd be great to see. But that would take serious
that'd be
coordination.
bonkers.
Yeah. In 1v1, you see people spawn in these two spots and just absolutely blitz you. If you can defend it, you win, but it is so hard to defend against.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But no, this is freaking awesome. This is the first time we've had this map too.
Yeah, this is a great map. I love this map. Radar First for Varunda is kind of going to pay off here. Bit of a weird choice. You don't usually see Radar First, but it is actually going to save that construction bot. For anyone who doesn't know this map, I'm not sure how well you know this map, but there is 4 crossings. So you can cross here, and here, and here, and here. And then the rest of it is
that actually.
Uncrossable. Yeah. So you will be seeing...
It's like just barely crossable on the in the water areas.
Yeah. It's a great little map, this. So we'll be looking at Tal taking maybe these 2 crossings, and our boy Akatsu taking the bottom 2 crossings. And I assume it'll be the same for Victoria and Varunda here.
Yeah, yeah. Is this the first? Oh, we have 1 Legion. Sorry, we have 2 Legion.
Yeah, there's 1
I was about to say,
Legion
is this the first game we haven't in Legion? I was like, for some reason, when I look at the icon for it, it reminds me of Armada.
Yep.
But they're both slim.
Yeah,
We
I
got
do
a
love seeing Legion.
couple of rascals running through from Victoria. Just being little rascals.
Yeah, getting a little bit of scouting information if we check the player view, so they know that there's a spawn point here, and they can assume by where Akatsu's commander is that there's a spawn point up here. So they have a little bit of scouting information, not insane amounts. They got a decent scout off on Tau, but not really much on Akatsu. That is a hard spot to scout. And I'm really surprised Akatsu didn't build an LLT here. That is very stock standard to do, so maybe they don't do many 1v1s.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I wouldn't know myself either in that case, because I've only seen his map once.
That's an OP spot
so
for a LLT early. It's very, very good in the early game, that spot. Okay, so we've got lobbers coming out for Varunda.
Yeah.
Actually
looks like just the typical little thing. No one's being like overly aggressive. No one's being anything too crazy. Just building their lines and kind of just poking at each other.
There we go. Change the icons down a bit just so everyone can see who the units are from a little bit closer in.
Pac-Man's right. Legion hype? Legion hype?
Oh, I love the way Legion look. Like, all their units are so sleekly designed. They're absolutely beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
And with the new
nice
graphical
little
updates,
jagged design. I love it.
Yeah. Like, the commander just looks stunning. Like, every single unit just looks like it's been made with love.
True.
Of course, nothing will beat the look of a tech galloping.
Victoria just degunned their own metal extractor. Nice.
Nice.
That's one way to assert dominance.
Definitely not a misclick, yeah.
No. That's what we like to see.
Single lobber survives to tell the story to their friends of how the pawns just absolutely wrecked them. These pawns are actually very dangerous if they come around this way. There's not a whole lot stopping them, and lobbers moving so slow, we have a hard time catching them.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, yeah, they have the light laser turrets, but I mean, there's really not much they can. Yeah,
a single
there's really not much they can do.
Will have trouble stopping that many pawns. Of course, they do have the defender's advantage here, but picking up these 3 mexes and this radar would be quite nice, especially if they get the constructor as well. Every time you pick up a constructor is just such a boon in these small team games.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a single rascal just hanging out in the base right now with no laser tower to defend it.
Oh, has it killed anything? I haven't... Everything's got a little bit of damage on it.
It is in the process of its slow, methodical kill.
I can see there is units here, but they're running the wrong direction, which is kind of funny.
One pawn's moving in, but it's like, I don't know what... Yeah, I don't think they notice it quite yet.
Yeah, I think that rascal's not going to get any damage done. It can just straight up get reclaimed from this construction turret, if people are wondering. That
it could, yeah.
Instantly disappear if that construction turret does.
Yeah,
and
or
you can
get
see
chased down by a tick.
Akatsu's cursor is here, so he is looking at that rascal now. There we go. And now he knows exactly where it is, so that will be cleaned up instantly. The best tactical pause I've seen today.
We'll see. Apparently, Akatsu crashed. So that's what happened.
No, Tau crashed. You can see down the bottom right those red arrows.
You're right. You're right. Sorry. You're right.
That's all right. Looks like he's coming back.
Got him mixed up.
And he's back. It's a Swedish shark.
Hope to see what they do with the Navy. Expecting lots of heat rays. True. The Legion Navy, bro. There's my 2 favorite things in this game are air and sea. You know, I know it's controversial, and I've already been told that if I like sea, that I'm gonna be, put to the stake. But hey, I think it's really cool. That's all. I just think it looks really cool. Yeah. But to see what Legion does with it, I agree. I expect a lot of lasers.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the Legion C. I hate C, but the thing I like about Beyond All Reason is, like, especially because it's 8v8 and stuff, you get these very, oh god, what's it called? Like specific, but like what's it called when you go into a profession and you like choose a specific
A trade?
trade? No, not like a trade. Like you've got a very oh my god, words are not working today. Like
Proficient?
no. Like where you choose like a field and that's your field and you get really like expert in it. Whatever.
Master.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, I like how there's like these
Yeah.
different game style, like play styles. Like you get people who just play Supreme, but they just play Supreme C, and they are just these experts in C. Or you get players who are amazing at air, or players who are amazing at eco, and you have these like very specific situations that people are really good at. And if you want to learn, you can go and talk to those people, and they can give you really in-depth analysis on how things work. Like I've sat in people who play Supreme and they only play Navy. I've sat in their training sessions before, and it's really interesting to just watch them, and they go through all these like specific nuances that you'd never pick up on unless someone told you about. It's very interesting.
Yeah. No, I think that the different specializations that they have
That's the one.
are so unique, and yeah, that I saw it in chat, so I used it.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks,
yeah.
Hello Pickles, appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, you get these
But
specialists.
yeah, so I think that's honestly what I've wanted to do is I wanted to specialize in one thing, and that's been air and sea. Like those are the things that I want to be a pro at. Like,
Yeah.
I want to get good. We got some pressure coming up from Tal here, though, or Victoria, and Tal's gonna have to push him off. But those pawns are also holding off Varunda on the other side, so a little bit of back and forth here.
Yep, those pawns are
But
actually
nothing
set
too
to be
crazy.
devastating, but they do back off. The incisors, man, very strong. If you get lobbers out of position, then you've basically just thrown them away because tanks can take the shots from the lobbers and chase them down. So Victoria does just that, and that gives her a juicy 440 metal reclaim there. Oh, just dropped.
Oh yeah. And from Varunda's aspect position here, the lobbers being on the low ground, it really hurts, to be honest. But Aikatsu and Varunda putting
Varunda
pressure on
gonna
each other.
die.
Varunda might be walking in.
Varunda won't kill
Oh.
Akatsu here. Oh my god, just survives on 3%.
3%.
Varunda almost threw it there. That was not going to be a win. These pawns are so dangerous. I mean, there is 3 LLTs here, but they can literally just go around like this, and that is the end of Varunda. But of course, he can't see that. If we check his view out, he doesn't know what's going on there. So, yeah, that was very scary.
Yeah.
Akatsu almost making an OP play there.
That's crazy.
You can see that Tao is
Aikatsu,
actually
I think,
crossed over.
really. Yeah. Building a perimeter camera. What the heck does that do? I haven't seen
vision.
that. Is it just like?
Who's building that?
Yeah.
It gives you great vision, and they're invisible, so it's just good to have. Not sure about that position though, for a camera.
I mean, it's
Maybe-
there. Yeah.
It might just be to stop Varunda from Commander walking here without his knowledge. Hal's kind of overextended here. I like the kahunas he's got by trying this, but I have a feeling this isn't going to work out. This is end up just going to be a medal donation for our woman Varunda here. And indeed it is. There we go. It's a juicy bit of metal. I'd really like to see some reclaim coming out over there. Even if the commander walks over, takes the reclaim, takes the mixes, and builds some LLTs, I think that would be a great play.
Yeah. No, honestly, it's been. This is a lot of just back and forth with each other. It's just like constantly pushing back and forth. Aikatsu, I think, has a bit less pressure from Varunda. I think Varunda has more of. Jeez, these little drones. These little drones just pew pew pew. Oh, but here we go. Here comes the pawns. This is the only. I was about to say these are the only way the pawns are going to get the advantage. If they just run in on them, get a few, and get out. That's the only way that Akatsu, I think, can really put the pressure on. But we can see we got the heavy land/air Gatling gun turret coming from Varunda. The cacophony,
Yes.
cacophony, yeah.
Cacophony, yeah. As in noise.
I know my English, I swear.
There is a beautiful reclaim field coming up here, and Varunda having this heavy turret is going to zone out a lot of that reclaim field. But you can see that Akatsu is just trying to take as much as he can before Varunda gets in to do the same. I think Akatsu needs to transition into vehicles. We are at 10 minutes, and by 10 minutes, you normally do want to see a vehicle transition. Definitely in 1v1s and 2v2s by now for sure, but you do see an air transition, which is just as good.
Yep. I was just about to say, we got some bombers coming in ready to go, baby.
Yeah. You just gotta always remember that if you get bombers, you gotta have scouting information, which at this point in time, the red team doesn't really have any scouting information, so we'll see if they manage to get any value with those bombers.
But to be honest, Aikatsu has enough information, I think, because with this radar right here in the middle, you know, Aikatsu can see all of this area, right? So they can see, like, okay, there's no anti-air right down the middle, so they might be able to slip right down the middle with all of this air and, yep, go straight for the bases.
Yep,
right?
that's exactly what you want to be doing. You do want to still send a scout plane out just ahead of your bombers to spot the bombing positions, so you know where to drop your bombs, because the vision range of bombers is so small. You see there's a drone carrier out for Varunda, which is kind of funny. Not sure. The range of it's actually massive, which is kind of cool.
It is, yeah.
Oh, and there's a gauntlet coming up. That is a massive throw. That is basically a half of a T2 lab just sitting right there. Can zone out quite a bit, but you definitely need to protect that. If that gauntlet goes down, you're looking at a very crying time. You'll be crying into your drink all night.
Yeah, and Tal is going tier 2 right now as we speak.
Yep.
With the bot lab. This is a really early tier 2. That's crazy.
Yeah, but there's not been a lot going on. He does have a decent eco income.
Yeah.
And you can see that Varunda doesn't actually have her Geo, which is going to be bad. Oh, the bombers are going to come and try and break this position.
Just going for Varunda's stuff.
No way.
That's interesting because this is an air turret right here.
Yeah.
That's not ideal.
That was a waste.
Gonna
be going for the Geo. That doesn't exist.
And his commander is walking up. His commander is walking
up. And the comp goes down.
What happened?
Akatsu, the gauntlet does come up, so the gauntlet will be able to eventually zone all of this. But my lord, that is
Varunda
has
a free now. That is so free for Varunda.
Free-ish. There is beamers and a gauntlet, so if Varunda goes for that, does degun it, that is a great play. That is what definitely should happen. The bombers are hanging around, but I don't think the bombers are going to get much value. That was, oh my god, you had it, my boy, and you just threw it away. These things happen though.
Oh man.
I have been known to throw bombers away like that too. Bomber commander combo throw is quite dire though.
Yeah, that was it was a combination for sure.
Yeah.
It was a 1-2 punch just barely grazing past the chin, but missing, I think. So
yeah. I think Katsu's plan was to come bomb this defensive position and break through, bomb the Geo, and then bomb the base. But the Geo doesn't exist. This is why you need the scouting information. Would have seen the AA, would have seen no Geo, and then realized just go straight for the base. That is exactly why you need to throw out those scouts first. But yeah, Victoria doing a nice slow push with some artillery. 3 artillery, more than enough to do what she is hoping to do here. And Tau just ecoing up, so a couple of T2 units out of Tau here could really help this and allow him to eco up behind. The blue team not transitioning into T2 yet, so even though that bombing run was very dire, the red team is still going to be ahead here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, you not using the information from your radar tower there in the middle is just not ideal, right? You know, you're not using that information to the fullest, but you know the pressure that Varunda's putting, if they get that gauntlet, it's gonna be no issue for them to push right on up.
Yeah, triple beam and gauntlet is such an investment. It is defending like crazy. This is ridiculous. Varunda just phenomenal, throwing units away here. This could definitely have been done a bit better. But yeah, so it's working out for Akatsu.
It is honestly. But there goes the gauntlet. There goes one laser tower. There goes all that pressure. The pressure has been put off for the most part. Yep, reclaim bot coming out for Akatsu, but does go down to the drones. And I see the air is coming out to kill these drones. But yeah, oh my god, dude. There's even a
construction turret here that's reclaiming all the metal. Akatsu's actually overflowing metal at the moment, but at the same time, Victoria's broken through with those artillery and getting some damage done. There is a lot of lobbers. You want to stay away from these lobbers.
Tal's officially coming out with the tier 2.
Yep. I think...
Tal officially getting those tier 2 belchers out. Napalm, baby, napalm!
Yeah. Napalm, good at breaking static D and killing your own units. But yeah, I'm not a massive fan of this napalm unless you can get a couple of them just hitting LLTs like this. Victoria just pushing.
When defending, I think napalm is really bad. I agree. Because they can just walk right through, no problem.
Exactly.
But all these grave robbers right behind, resurrecting all these units, so anything that Victoria is losing are just coming right back to life.
If I was Victoria
Varunda
right now,
is keeping up there.
I would be walking through and com bombing this position, and then it's just a matter of good game. But instead, throwing her units into it and sort of wasting them a little bit here. She really needs to break this position and roll on through. Something that people don't
she's
really...
got these Wolverines here in the back.
Slowly chipping away, yes.
Doing enough work.
Yeah, something that people don't really realize that I'll like to point out is if you see your opponent transition into T2, you have a couple of options. Because T2 is such a heavy investment, you either do what Victoria's done and you just push because you can 9 times out of, well not 9 times, maybe 7 times out of 10 you'll have a bigger army and you can actually push through because it'll take them a long time to actually get units out to defend, or you eco up yourself, and you can see Victoria's actually chosen to push and it's paying dividends. And now Tal doesn't have the energy
phenomenal.
To
She pushed it at the perfect time, to be honest, to really cause enough issues as needed. And Tal's commanders just got noticed, but the switch to Striders I think is a better option than using the Belchers.
Yeah, I think the Belcher was definitely the wrong unit. I think a few Phalanxes, I think they're that lab, would have been great there. Would have really, really turned the tide. But yeah, just wrong unit choice there.
Varunda's starting to push in as well.
Yeah.
All they got to do, they just got to surround Tal at this point.
Yeah. They see that he's the final commander.
Tal's
they see where he is.
All their production.
Yeah, and they don't have the energy production to produce T2 units, so they're basically up a creek without a paddle. And I think that's GG. Well done.
Tal said, "Yeah, I'll lock in next match."
Yeah, so I think
there we go.
A few things the red team could have done better here is the gauntlet was way overzealous. That's just a waste of resources at this point in the game. And the bombing run was quite terrible. And then I think Tal played quite well. The T2 transition was not ill-advised. I think it was okay, but it just ended up biting them in the ass as Victoria just happened to push through at that perfect timing.
Yep, I 100% agree. And I think the biggest thing, if Aikatsu took advantage of the information that they had with the radar, knowing that they can just shove right through the middle with all that air, that would have won it for them. I think that would have put such a huge damper on their resources.
If it didn't win it, it definitely would have turned the tide, because he could have got a lot of damage here and a lot of damage on Victoria's base as well, because neither of them had AA. They were definitely not ready for it. Yeah, it was, yeah, if we check out, what are we doing here? Units produced? No. Yeah, units killed. Like, Victoria just was murdering units. That was really good. Yeah, well done. Okay, are these guys playing another one? I don't even know.
Yep, they have one more match.
Desolation.
Into Desolation. Yep, we haven't seen Desolation yet. 2 maps we haven't seen.
Yeah, 2 maps, yeah.
I'm
Desolation's
excited.
another good 1v1 map. This one's much like Gasbag Grabbins, but a little bit more open. You've got the 2 high grounds on either side, and a little bit of high ground in the center, and then you got like some canyons to come through. Looks like they're gonna have a quick bio break, so we'll head back to the main lobby for now. Style bots saying, no, wait, Pac-Man saying, I never build gauntlets. Units are always better than static. Yes, most of the time units are better than static. Static is what you want to do if you want to hold a position and eco up behind it. And units are just so good compared to static, especially gauntlets. Gauntlets are just so expensive for what they are.
Yeah, you know, from my perspective, from what I've learned going 8v8, anytime I try to go for any like static artillery or anything of that sort, like those heavy, uh, heavy costing towers that are awesome once you get them up, but
Mm.
they're so susceptible to any commander just walking up, degunning it, and it's all gone.
Yeah, you
Right?
normally want to have some
Things of that
LLTs and
sort.
stuff in front of it to stop that sort of thing.
Yeah,
I think the
yeah.
biggest problem with gauntlets is they're like, what are they, like 1.25k metal or something? You think about how many pawns or rocket bots or something that is, and if you applied those units to that area while you're building the gauntlet, you're not going to have anything to stop them, and you're basically just throwing that resources away.
Ugh. But overall, that game was pretty even for the most part until that interesting airplay. So I think that's what that's what helped push it towards the blue side for sure.
Yeah, that bombing run definitely cemented it. It was I honestly thought that the red team had that, and then the bombing run came because the red team had the Geo, they had all their mixes, they were static up, they were T2, like they had all the cards in a row, and then
They
just
were sitting pretty, yeah.
yeah.
They were chilling. uh, yeah, I'm getting tired. Y'all are wearing me out. But I'm excited, dude.
I could never get tired of casting bar.
Whoa. I never said I was getting tired of it, dude.
He's getting tired of you guys.
Whoa.
Look at what you're doing. Where's the
Yeah,
chat?
it's you guys. It's your guys' fault,
It's
not my
because
fault.
chat's so quiet, guys. Let's get some chat
The
going
Legion
to
version
wake
is
our
much
boy
more
up.
affordable at only 800 metal. So the reason why the Legion is much more affordable is because they get less metal overall, though, in the early game. So
True, but if you have a
that's
teammate
why.
who can fund you a little bit, you're laughing. Maybe give you
True.
a construction
True.
block. Looks like the game is starting, so I'll bring us back across.
Yippee!
Whoop, whoop. Oh. Yeah, I think like static artillery has its place. Like the T2 artillery is worth it in my opinion.
It's bonkers. Yeah.
Gauntlet has its time and place, but you have to be able to. It's basically for zoning areas out, and you basically have to deny enough metal extractors and territory to the enemy to make it worth it. So it's very, very much about placement.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, so we've got the blue team all set and ready. Looks like they've chosen their positions. Two interesting positions here. Looks like they're going to be going for this high ground. And the same for the red team.
Yeah.
So I think the red team's spawn is a little bit better in my opinion. Either one of these is fine. Yeah, I think starting forward in these matches on these sort of maps make it a lot easier because all you have to do is defend this and then you can expand backwards safely. It's just a lot safer. Yeah. Whereas all of this is open and susceptible to attack.
No, I agree. 100%.
Oh, the Legion artillery has less range. Oh, that hurts.
Maybe cheaper, but less range.
Yeah. I'm not
and
sure
that's
about that.
important for artillery.
Yeah, I mean, the range is like the only reason to really build it. Having less range is kind of rough. So we've got Legion Armada. Oh, this is interesting. Legion Armada on the red team, and we have Legion Lee Cortex on the blue team. So it is the exact same matchup here.
Dude, heck yeah. And, do you see what Aikatsu's got queued up there?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, and I'm excited for it. I'm interested to see what they do here. A heavy transport could be kind of good. Get your commander here, block this off. It does leave you open to attack here, but you do have a teammate to defend that. He's nice and close. I think a heavy transport could be kind of OP here. Even a heavy transport straight across to com-bomb. Well, com-bomb over here, I guess, would be... If he heavy transport to com-bomb this, he's laughing. Very hard to pull off, though.
Mm-hmm. And I think Aikatsu felt so bad about the way that we were talking smack about their bombing run. I think they want to make up for it, so they're going air here.
It's the redemption arc. The double bomber again for a start. I don't normally see this, and the reason you don't normally see double bomber start is that's 8.4k energy. That is a ridiculous amount of energy to invest at the start.
It is.
And it leaves you very open to ground attacks. Obviously, you got a teammate to help defend, but that is, you need to get value. You really need to get value out of that.
Interesting spot for Victoria's vehicle plant. This is really cool because Victoria does not need to go up the hill with the vehicles. All they got to do is just shoot them down the hill, launch them right into the base.
Yeah.
I like that. That's an interesting spot. That's cool.
With this, Victoria really needs to apply that pressure, because if that pressure's not applied here, then that means it's leaving Tal open to push through here and push through here with bots. So that pressure really needs to come out of Victoria here.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought they were going to do an eco strap, but then Victoria slapped on the vehicle plant, and I was like, all right, cool. I thought they were just going to throw everything into Varunda, but it looks like that's not the case.
This is going to be interesting.
So we'll see. But if
I'm going to watch this from
Varunda
the
sees these
blue
ships
team.
coming.
Yeah, I'm going to watch this from the blue team. They do spot the bomber already, so aircraft spotted. Let's see how the response is. No AA coming down yet. There we go, AA coming down. I think the bombers flying directly over the army is a bit of a misplay. Victoria should probably build 100%. Some AA. The scout plane does come out, so he does get the vision. The scout plane goes down. The bomber will take out a single mix. Oh, and a nice line of wind.
It's got to take a lot here.
Oh,
nice.
That was value.
The solar too.
And
that was good value. And we still have one more.
Yeah, another mix.
Nice. Nice. That's really good value.
Yeah, I think if this bomber can drop some bombs on Victoria's base. Oh, there is AA up now. This bomber did get value. I think it was worth it, to be honest. Yeah, that bomber should just come back to base. Yeah.
Overall, I think it was definitely worth it.
Double bomber
building interior
kind of worked out there.
Yeah, and it's still going, technically.
Yep.
Still has potential to do something. It's just using it as a scout. Might as well, right?
Yeah. Oh, it does survive. That's crazy. The bomber actually did get enough value because Varunda has overcommitted to AA. Double AA turrets and an AA bot is a lot of resources. One more mix before going down. That was, so worth it that time. Transitioned into bots and good to go. Did give up early expansion, but also took out the early expansion from Varunda. So all in all, worth it in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they got lucky the fact that Varunda didn't really take that opportunity just to put pressure on them. Instead, you build one AA turret and then you start building more units, put on the pressure and get in there, because you know that Aikatsu has to commit to switching to something else rather than air there. But yeah, I mean, that Aikatsu got lucky and didn't really need anything to. They could give up all that space there, no problem.
Yeah, double bomber is so unorthodox, but it paid off. Even revealing the bomber early, still managed to pay off. I think Varunda was a little bit late on the reaction time, but all in all, it was like pretty best case scenario for the red team there, really.
Yeah, and if you look at the resources coming in, red team is blasting ahead. Tal was able to start building up like crazy, and because of that early pressure from Aikatsu, like that gave them the huge resource advantage.
Yeah, and you can see here that Aikatsu
so I think that was the right play.
Pushing with pure pawns, which is very good early game in these smaller teams. And it's going to be very hard for Varunda to slowly push her way out to take these mixes. This is what I mean. If they had taken like one of these spawns, they'll be in a much better position because you can expand backwards safely with your commander defending. But now they've got to push past units to take their own mixes.
Yeah. No, and they're sitting pretty. And Aikatsu's literally just got pawns and sitting in their base, just chilling, having a good time. Like, it's looking really good for red team here in the beginning.
Yeah, I would like to see Aikatsu pick up this construction bot. That'll be a great little pickup. And indeed, that is what he does. Lovely. And then that's it. They could just run backwards with these pawns, and they're laughing. They will go into these incisors. Taking out
Like,
both
if they get both
of
the
them.
incisors, that's huge.
Shit, that's actually really good. Oh no, blue team
That
on
is
the back
so
foot.
worth.
Yeah, lovely radar here.
Three pawns for 2 incisors is so worth.
So worth
Because
it.
each incisor is the worth of 3 pawns.
Yep.
So that is huge value.
That was very, very worth it for the red team. The red team off to a roaring start. I like Victoria's strat. Maybe a little bit overcommitted to LLTs, but you know, it's going to get the job done. And then I'm really interested to see what they do here. They are definitely going to have to come over and help the blue player. And you can see that Akatsu's actually gone aggressive with the commander, taking this position, and now it's all safe to expand to that other hill. Oh, very good play from the red team here.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. You had all your pawns sitting in their base. You knew exactly what's coming in and out of their base. Might as well just keep building up metal extractors to metal extractor and start putting the pressure on. Might as well, right?
Yeah, very.
But right now, Aikatsu's.
Go on.
Yeah. Aikatsu only has 3 pawns in the front line, so I don't know how they're going to plan on defending. But they just self-destructed 3 of those pawns.
That was weird. Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to say to deny metal, but you could have just run behind the LLT. Yeah, weird. At the same time,
I don't know what's happening here.
I was going to say that the red team did say they were going to lock in this game, and it really seems like that's what they've done. I think Akatsu's throwing this position away. Was in a great position with those pawns and the LLTs, but stopped building the LLT and walked with the commander, and that's allowed the blue team to actually start pushing. If I was the blue player, I'd take out this.
This is interesting.
Yeah, take out the single LLT and push, but the blue team did run their units straight into the D-guns. If they just come around the side here, they could literally just take this whole position here and get mega value.
Yeah, Verunda coming in with the D-gun, chilling.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, these LLTs pretty worthless when they're alone with no units to back them up.
Yeah.
I think Akatsu's command is a little bit out of position here. Very vulnerable to an attack from both players to snipe that comm.
Oh, 100%.
Victoria,
especially since Verunda's got the... Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Victoria slowly creeping, over-committing to LLTs, I think. But all in all, just slowly cutting off Tau. And both red commanders... very, very susceptible to snipes here. And that's what I'm always looking for in these small team games. Just finding a way to snipe these guys.
I mean, because that is the win condition. You take out the commanders. That's how you win.
Yeah.
Right? You know, it doesn't matter how you do it as long as you do it. But, you know, it's really interesting because Verunda has the defender's advantage here. So they're going to be able to get these units up much faster. And they can overwhelm Aikatsu if given the opportunity, right?
If they play right, yeah.
Yeah, but Tal is starting to bring in their own ballistas here to help support. So
I think all Verunda needs to do is mass, what are they, Legion? Mass lobbers and just build them up until you got enough. You only need 8 to kill a commander. So if they mess up like 15 of them, kill the commander, and Victoria just needs to get like 1 or like 2 artillery up here, clears all this, and just keep the pressure where they are, and they're in a great position.
Yeah, honestly. But I think Verunda might have missed their chance to take over now that these Rocketeers are coming up.
Yeah, a lot of LLTs and Rocketeers coming up on that side. Victoria slowly getting driven back by the rocket bots for Tau. So I think, the blue team is just slowly losing this battle. Just minor tactical decisions that are costing them the game bit by bit. Very small things, but they do add up.
Good jukes from Verunda. Yeah.
You're just playing a game of dodgeball.
To be honest, this looks very similar to the last game, except it's flipped. Where last game, Verunda and Victoria were putting slight pressure and slowly pushing in. This time it's Aikatsu and Tau.
Yeah,
reversing
map
the roles
and
here.
Pressure, so good. This HLT is a mistake. A beamer would be a lot cheaper and do just as good. Once the HLT comes up though, Verunda's trapped, and there you go, Verunda's been driven off, and Akatsu, basically, that just secures the win. Unless Victoria can break through with something significant here, which I don't think they can. I think that's GG for the blue team. Yeah,
honestly, I don't see how they're going to be able to push back from this. Verunda, I mean, you look at Verunda's economy back here, to be honest, it's kind of trash.
Yeah.
It's really bad. Like, there's not really anything there.
Yep, those are...
And, yeah.
So, a few things I can point them out, seeing as we've got a couple seconds. Looks like Victoria's been driven back. Victoria's actually going to go down here. Let's just watch her explode.
Varunda, yeah. Ooh.
No, Victoria's
Done.
on. Oh no, got away.
Oh, and Victoria.
goes down.
Varunda is dead.
Yeah, so that's basically GG. So what I was going to say is Varunda overcommitting to AA here, getting the AA bot and double AA tower, spawning at the back, which is safer-ish, but makes it less safe to expand, and overcommitting to LLTs early because you had to push out into units is just set them back step by step, and that's really put them behind just enough for the red team to take the lead here.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Yeah, now
it's really interesting the position that Victoria put herself in, because she's got these two Wolverines up here that are really, you know, putting the pressure on. You know, Tal's right. Yeah, they have the high ground, but you know, you've got everything else. So
yep.
I mean, you're chilling at this point.
I think Victoria had a great idea. It's just a slight better execution would have gone a long way. It definitely would have worked, and I think Varunda just should have spawned a little bit further forward, and it would have been slightly better as well. But, you know, it's just these minor things, especially when you play in a competitive scene like this, that you've just got to tweak those and you're good to go. Yeah, see, Victoria has a great little medal feed here, because Lobbers walking uphill against Brutes is just absolute insanity.
Yeah.
One little rule I can give everybody here, a life lesson to learn, I should say, is never chase medium tanks. If you're in a position where you're chasing medium tanks, that's a losing battle, no matter what you're chasing them with. Even if you're chasing them with lightning trucks, it's a losing battle. And here comes a beautiful bombing run to end the game. Takes out the lab.
I love it. Yep. Then Aikatsu going to be moving over to the Victoria side here, but Victoria still hasn't fully healed. Oh!
Is that the last call?
I love seeing the bombing runs. It does not matter. These bombers are right on top of Victoria with no AA except for one turret, fighting for the lives. Oh, there's 3 turrets now. There we go.
Great D guns.
Gotta get in there.
Oh my lord, dude. Does go down with the last shot from the last lobber. That's insane. Great damage from these bombers though at the same time. Holy heckers. Holy heckers. Where's the last commander for the yellow team? Down there, safe as a bell.
Oh yeah, they're chilling. Tal just needs a backup, and they're chilling.
Yeah, if Tal just runs away, which he is, nothing's getting through this 4-stack of anti-air and anti-ground. That is going to be a very hard position to push for Victoria. I think if Victoria had transitioned into medium tanks instead of overcommitting to the LLTs there and just built up a stack of medium tanks and just split them up, could have broken through and just cleared so much eco. Because once you get past this original line,
I agree.
Yeah, it's just open shooting.
I agree.
I agree with you as well, Pac-Man. 2v2 to 5v5 is my favorite. Small team games are just an absolute bliss. Yeah.
Honestly, if Aikatsu literally just took those bombers and focused it just on the commander, I think that that would have won it too.
Yeah,
to be
might
honest.
have got the win there. Yeah, bombers are very hard to bomb snipe with because commander can just sort of walk sideways a bit and you miss. But with enough time and dedication, you can still snipe a commander that way.
I mean, yeah, I think this was just a perfect position because Victoria is stuck in a corner. Like, what are you gonna do? Walk this way? It's like, you know, it's like that's all you can do. So you just keep playing for that.
It's basically game over. The red team controls the map. They have the eco advantage. There's no win condition
they've got
for the
tier 2
green
coming
team.
up.
Yeah, they've got air control. Like everything is just that's all she wrote, folks.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is just how solid game, to be honest. Like, Aikatsu was trying to make up for their interesting play from last game with the air.
Yeah.
We see you. You did great. Good job.
Yeah, well done. Redeemed. Officially redeemed. Officially redeemed. My man.
Yep, yep. You did it.
Medium
We're
tanks
proud of you.
trying to find some value, but I mean, they'll get a bit of value here, but I don't think they're going to get any significant damage. I can't see any path they can take where they get damage. Yeah. Who won the first game?
I just don't see it.
The blue team won the first game. And it was a great win as well.
So this is gonna come out as a tie.
Yeah. Yeah, lovely. All right, they are actually going to get damaged. Massive misplay from the red team there. As I said, never chase medium tanks, and this is exactly why. So this is a prime example. Chasing them uphill's a little bit better, but even then, I mean, look at this, just absolute decimation.
Yeah, they're just blasting.
Yeah, you're asking for death if you're chasing medium tanks, no matter the like what's going on here. Oh, Recluse coming out now.
We got Recluses.
Yeah, so these.
I mean, that's how you're gonna get up on the high ground. They just take these Recluses and just climb them up this way. I mean, you'll get there. Just, just climb them up.
Oh, the medium tank self-D. I think that's a... There we go. I was going to say that's a bit of a misplay, but yeah, it does get those final mixes. I don't see a win condition for the blue team here at all. Maybe some sort of crazy comm snipe, but I don't see how you're getting past this insane amount of static defense. Let's actually see how much
I don't see it.
static D is. You are looking at 2.75k of metal and 35,000 energy here alone. That is insane.
There's the GG.
And there's the GG. Well played, red team. That was not flawless, but pretty darn near it, to be honest. That was well done. Let's actually check.
Yep, you guys did great. Everyone did awesome.
Metal produced. You can see here that from the start, the red player just took off, and Varunda really struggled to catch up that entire game.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that no pressure was given to the red team, like they were able to just chill and go and build as much as they wanted to.
Yeah, if you get unmitigated expansion, you're laughing. You're living the dream. Oh, that was lovely. Let's head on over back to the lobby. And is there any games going still? Let me check the thing.
Let us see.
I think that was the last match.
Seeing as a lot of contestants were in the chat, yeah, I think we're good to move on.
Yeah, Neb
to the
says
final round.
Final round. Neb says 3v3 was his favorite. Let's check the standings before we go into the finals. So I'm going to zoom this in a little bit for you guys, because I can barely read that on my screen. You obviously can't see all the teams. Hold on, I might be able to. No, we're going to miss the bottom team here. But anyway, so first place we have Casual Newbies with 4 wins, no losses. And then it's Flying Wax with their only loss against Casual Newbies. And then it is tied still. Third place is still triple tied, which is crazy work. Between these 3 teams.
Yeah, no, that's insane.
So, are we thinking about watching the #1 team for this final round and just see if they can clear out a 5-win streak?
Let's get it.
Let's get them. Okay, so we'll check back in on Sash Corinne and Autopilot, the dynamic duo. I'm going to have to bring us over to... I think here I can actually see my mouse, so... Yes, that works. Okay.
All right, I gotta go run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right, see you soon, brother. Okay. So for the final, we will be watching. Who are they up against? Oh god, a Swedish Shark Enthusiast again. Do we want to watch a third match with these guys, or do we want to watch someone we've seen a little less of? I think we've seen everyone pretty equally today. I don't know. Pretor and Rowe versus Chaotic Duo? I guess we could watch? Yeah, because we haven't really seen... Let's go watch them. Let's go watch them, actually. Unless chat overrule me here, we're going to change who we're watching. We're going to actually go check out Pretor, because we only saw the one game from them. We've seen the Shark Enthusiasts a few times. All right. Let's see how these boys go. We are going to be watching Lord Vader and Jar versus Pretor and Rowe. So I hope you guys are strapped into your seats. This is going to be a high-octane game. Almost everybody in this lobby is Silver Chefs, barring Jar, who is still a great player. You don't have to be Silver Chefs to be the best player. And I'll keep my eye on their bans and picks for you guys. I seem to have some messages. Let me check this real quick. Okay, it's just everybody talking about hosting. I think we're good. Your in-game name is Darth Sager. Sager. These guys aren't picking quite yet. They are having a water break. And my co-cast is having a bio break. So we are Gucci, just to chill for now. Actually, we can jump across into my barely put together dive bar for now. We've got the two teams, so we can see, and we can actually see the in-game chat, so you guys can actually see who, what they're picking and banning. So we have Pools of Illis is banned. That's Neb's map we saw earlier. Oh. I am working on some new fight night scenes as well, so we can have something a little more akin to this to help us with our bans and picks. So we can do it live and make it a little more visual for you guys. I did have something, but it was just so hard to do when you're by yourself to do the bans and picks, especially because players don't normally wait for us in fight night. It's not it's not as slow moving as some of the other tournaments. Oh, so we have a single ban out just for now. Whew. Oh god, she's toasty. I'm roasting, man. It's 9:30 at night. My window is open and I'm sweating bullets. But I love it. This is what summer's all about, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody has a amazing weekend lined up. Starting the weekend off, well, not really starting the weekend off, but you know, mid-weekend, a bar fight night is a beautiful way to spend the weekend. And then I think I'm just going to be recovering tomorrow, which is quite nice. Did a little bit of pottery today. Canis River has been banned.
All right.
Makes me a little bit sad.
Oh,
it is what it is.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
We'll cry about it later.
Yeah. I can't remember. Do they get two bans
no,
each? I think they do, right?
Yeah, 2 bans each.
Ah, cool.
Prismatic. No.
No.
I'm right there with you though. I'm in this warehouse that has no AC, so I'm like dying.
Yeah. Oh god, a warehouse in summer is pure torture. Okay, Feast of Hades banned as well.
It is it's something.
I wonder what they're gonna pick here. This is gonna be interesting. I'd actually be interested to see a 2v2 on Avalanche. I'm not an Avalanche enjoyer, but I think a 2v2 on Avalanche would be kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, like the maps that we still haven't seen in Ravaged, we haven't seen Faster Than Light, we haven't seen Incandescence, yeah, and Theta Crystal. So those are the 4 maps we still haven't seen.
Yeah, Theta Crystals is always a good one to watch for small team games. It's like a 1v1 to a 4v4 map, and it's just beautiful. It's so well laid out. Gas bag. People seem to love gas bag. Let's put the dive bar music on while we wait. And Aurelia. Okay, Aurelia's a map we haven't seen yet. Quite a good map. Jar not happy. Not sure why. Probably doesn't. Ah, he hates Aurelia. Okay. Oh god. Now I wish I didn't have the lobby chat up. If anyone from the bar officials watching, I didn't type that, so it's fine. Oh,
it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Let's head straight into the match so we can get rid of that chat. And we'll head on over to the game view.
Yeah, we didn't see anything. No.
I saw nothing. I don't know about you guys. I wasn't even watching the screen, so you can't blame anything on me. Okay, so we're going into the final lineup. And this is Chaotic Duo versus Pretor and Row. So actually, the people who win this are gonna take the position from the other people. I think they're fighting for 3rd place equal. So if these guys win, they're either going to be 3rd place equal with Neb and Modulo, or they are going to, or Flying Wax if they lose their match. or they're just going to be straight up third place. It'd be interesting to see. So, very stock standard spawns. Okay, it's nice to see the stock standard spawns come out. We've got Armada and... Wait, what is that? Cortex. Armada, Cortex for the blue team. And we have Cortex...
Nice.
Armada. So, it's a very, very stock standard game here.
Oh.
No Legion.
Man, the first game without Legion, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed. I'm kind of intrigued to see how this is going to differ from the Legion games that we saw. And every Legion game we've seen on this has had some sort of co-op in it. So it looks like nobody's going to be co-oping. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they will.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, last time that we saw a co-op was when they had the interesting strat of both starting down here. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it might still be a co-op, but who knows? Who knows?
Okay, so there is the spawn.
Here we go.
Here we go, baby. Finals, finals, finals. Can we remove my little T? Haha. Lord Vita saying he doesn't have any say.
Huge.
Yeah. Yeah, so
All
like
right,
I
but
said
yeah, no,
earlier,
I'm
that-
excited to see what we do here.
That little T means that he is on trial period, so he's just hoping to get to become an official member. Okay, so very, very stock standard openers. Vouch for me, OP.
All right, so we got bots coming from Lord Veeder.
Yep,
And
rail bots.
nothing coming from Deja. They might be doing, yeah, looks like they might just be doing
Backpack gaming.
eco strats here.
That's what the LLT's up for. If you build in a lab, you don't normally build the LLT. So it is going to be backpack gaming. I'm assuming Jar's going to just walk over here and build here. Maybe he'll get a forward lab up
Yeah,
here.
explains the circles from, yeah. Looking
Okay.
good. And bots from both sides on the red side.
Okay, yeah. So Grave Robber coming out. Great play. That's free energy. Ticks for the scouting. I think 2 ticks is more than enough on this map. But it looks like Roe is going to be going for a 5-tick opener. That's a very stock standard opener. I think that's just ingrained into him. I think 5's too many on this map. You're not going to get very much value out of them because you've got to run past a commander. It's like, not really many places you can skirt around the outside. So I think 2 just to find where the spawns are and if they're doing any cheeky plays. And besides that, you know.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, if you're able to scout with one of these ticks and figure out that Deja's commander is all the way out here, then you can just go for what Deja has back here and just go for that with the ticks potentially. But I mean, that requires a lot of, knowledge ahead of time that we have that they don't.
Yeah, and also to get there, they'd have to come straight past Lord Vita's base and his units coming out. It's just like, I don't think you're going to get any damage. You're just going to get scouting information at best. It'd just be nice to see 1 tick here, see what's here, 1 tick here, and then maybe a 3rd tick up here to see if there's any expansion, and that's about the best you're going to get. You can see he hasn't done any
that's
of
their
that.
job. They're there to scout.
They're there to scout and harass if you can. More open maps, ticks are OP. These closed off maps, you can see he's running straight past this. He's actually going to pick up this con bot. Oh, with 3 ticks, he's definitely going to get the mechs. Oh no, too close.
The mechs destroyed the 2 pods.
Yeah,
no!
too close. He would have actually killed this con bot.
construction bot.
Yeah, damn. Little bit of micro
100%.
mismanagement from Rao. So keep that little T, buddy. Keep that little T.
Oof.
Okay, so we got some grunts coming up. It's going to be grunt on grunt battle, so no damage done here. And these grunts do spot Pre-Tour's commander walking. Ooh, blue team actually giving up both high grounds by the looks of it. I'm not sure about this.
Interesting.
Yeah. Putting themselves deliberately on the back foot. They do have more metal income, but that's because Jar doesn't have a lab. Gee, I'm not sure about this opener from the blue team. Let's see what they do. Maybe they're going to go for an early air transition and bomb. But they are definitely giving up the... Oh, actually, Road not going for the OP take here. Allowing Lord Vita to actually get there first.
These are some interesting strats that we're seeing. I don't.
They obviously don't have
I
the
don't
vision
know.
we have, but Ro definitely did spot with his ticks that there was no commander here, and he spotted with these guys. The commander's only just got there now.
Yeah.
He's gonna go for
Like
the
he
snipe.
sees that he's slow to getting there. But we also have a bunch of grunts coming in towards Ro.
Yeah, I saw that. He actually could have got the snipe there with the pawns. He was energy stalling. Would have been close, but of course, yeah, these pawns do just end up feeding. That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Oh, these grunts are scary. They will be defended against. But it's going to stop Pretor from getting units across the map early, and that's going to allow our boy Jar to slowly walk up here. No, he is going to go this way. Yeah, I don't know. This start has been a bit weird. I think Team Pro really would have had a super advantage if Rao had just straight up walked to that high ground a bit earlier, but he did do it a bit slower than I thought he would.
Yeah, and if Deja's commander is in a really tough spot here, all of these grunts can surround this commander, and if he's not ready to D-gun, it looks like he's not. Yeah, I was about to say, like, he doesn't have enough energy to D-gun.
I was going to say, if I was
to
Jar,
back
I'd
him up
just
here now.
reclaim, and he does do just that, and that's going to give him that energy boost he needs for whatever he was doing. Oh, he's sharing his energy. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Honestly, at this point, if I'm Deja, I would notice that this whole area is taken by red, so you should just come back and start claiming these metal extractors at this point. That's like, you know, it's gone. Set up a couple of LLTs and just move back at this point and start setting up and getting ready.
I think he might do that. I think he really wants this 2.4 mix because he wants to deny the yellow team, like, having this whole area. If he has this little bump here, it makes it a lot harder for them to stage their attacks. Because, yeah, essentially what you want on this map is to divide the map up like this. So if Jar is taking a little bit of their side, they're good to go. Vita actually...
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I can't wrap my head around these openers. They just seem very cautious openers from both teams. Nobody's really...
Oh my gosh.
Going for it.
Tier 2 is already up.
Yep, for green.
On green. Yeah,
Yep.
look at that. That's
that co-op gameplay. That's why they're being so cautious.
Minute 6:30.
Yeah. Now it makes
That's
sense.
the fastest I've seen on these maps.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, but big grunt punch coming in from Deja. Got all those metal extractors up there on the high ground.
Blue team playing really well here. That is why they're being so cautious. I think the red team should have been far more aggressive, and it would have paid off dividends this match. But they, of course, were cautious as well, with the one difference that they both had T1 labs. So they've unconsciously put themselves behind, unknowingly done that. Jar with an
Here comes the
OP
fiends.
feed
These
here.
fiends are awesome.
Yeah. Jar's kind of feeding here. Not sure about this play. He did get mega value, and I think he should have brought these grunts back for defensive purposes. But he did just give a 700 metal basically reclaim.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, I think he's got such confidence in this tier 2 that's coming up that he's going to be just fine to be able to push up and, you know, really put the pressure that's necessary to go and, you know, potentially get the commander.
Yes,
but I mean, tier 2 takes too long to build. You need to keep those grunts as long as you possibly can.
Exactly. They've left this like big open gap. These fiends are up now, so I mean they can defend against these grunts. It was a risky play from Jar. He did draw the army of red back and did actually snipe these mexes, which is really good. I still reckon just bringing these grunts back defensively would have been a better play. And at worst case scenario, you can always reclaim those grunts for that metal yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like the fiends are good, but the fiends with grunts is better. So I mean, that's where it's like it's interesting.
Yeah, I've never been a massive fan of fiends. They have their place, but I don't know. I think they die too easily to things. You need something to soak the damage, and the fiends are more of a raiding unit that you need to already have broken through for them to be useful.
I think they're definitely more like a tier 1.5 than a tier 2 unit, where it's going to give them a very heavy advantage because they already have a group of them ready to go. But the problem being is that, as you said, you know, they're still relatively weak overall. to taking damage.
The thing about Fiends is they're very cheap and versatile, so they're about the same price. Oh, there goes Rose Commander, comboing into the static D. Oh.
Okay.
Yes, I was going to say Fiends are roughly the same price as a Stout, a medium tank, and they're obviously much better than a medium tank. But at the same time, these Thugs should be able to kill a decent amount of Fiends if they're microed properly. Thug and Centurion, Mace and Centurion, OP versus Fiends, and we're going to see if we can actually catch a little bit of this battle so I can show you what I mean.
Yep, and they just revealed that the Fiends are on the field.
Yep.
It is officially out, that the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, these
There's already so
allowing
many on
the
the
Fiends
field.
to get close, and they still chewed through those Fiends easy. But on this side, the Fiends pushing straight through the Grunts. Oh, they've actually found the gap that they need. The north side, not as much, but the south side easily. Let's see if they can actually get the damage done. This might be game ending. Let's see what they do.
This is game ending in my opinion. I think so, because these guys are just going to chew through everything. But you can't have them too close, or the explosions from the buildings potentially are going to kill the Fiends.
No, and that's it.
Gosh,
there goes Pretor. That's GG.
Everything there.
I think that's GG.
The Fiends were the right play. They lasted long enough.
Yeah, if he'd got those twin guards up at the a little bit earlier, he would have been able to defend that and laughed, but he couldn't. Or if his commander was in a position to degun them, it would have been great. But it just, yeah, the blue team actually found that gap and executed it. Yeah, and that's the difference between high-level players and mid to low-level players, is if you can't find that gap, you're just wasting your resources. But they found that gap and got the win.
Yep.
Yeah, co-op
they got
OP.
in there. Yep. It's just so strong.
Yeah.
Jeez.
T2
6 minutes,
rush.
30 seconds, tier 2, and just go. Yeah.
Yep. The thing about gas bag grabbins is it's so energy rich that that's usually the thing stopping you from going T2. So when it's energy and metal rich like that, you can just co-op and get it straight away. Aurelia, not a map that you can do that in. So this will be more of a stock standard gameplay.
And this is the first time on Aurelia today.
Yeah, first time. That's good to see.
Yeah, and potentially our last game of the day.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, that was very well executed from the blue team there. What was I going to say? Aurelia is a bit of an interesting one. You can start vehicles and get those, get an aquatic constructor to build those 6 mexes, 2 or 4 depending on how your opponent plays, and then there's 2 land places to push as well. So I assume we're going to get someone spawn right side, someone spawn left side. But I'll be interested to see if we get 2 people spawn on the right side where you've got a much safer position, but you have to fight for those expansions. Games.
Yeah, I'm curious if because in 1v1 it's really difficult to take advantage of the water area, right? That big chunk of water that's on this map. But I'm curious in the 2v2 if they're going to be able to take advantage of that. Like one person holds the land while the other one is able to push through the water, whether they do it through hovercrafts or through sea in itself. So I'm curious what we're going to see here.
Yeah, I think hovercrafts could be a good
there might
play,
be a little something.
Depending, like a transition into hovercrafts. I don't think we'll see anyone start. I don't think we'll see C, because C, basically the only value you can get from it is denying these 6, maybe 7 mexes. It's not really worth the cost, because then you become useless in the land. So I think we might see a hovercraft or air transition. I think someone's going to start vehicles, because the thing to do is start vehicles, take these and fight over this. And then you can also defend the land. So we'll see if that's what they do. And yes, both teams going for the safe spawn.
Can vehicles go through the water there to get those 2 metal extractors on that little island?
The amphibious vehicle can. Nothing else can cross that.
Amphibious. Yes.
Yep.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so you normally see what you'd normally see in this map. 1v1s for sure, but 2v2s is Pretor will probably start vehicles, or one of them will. Get an amphibious building this, maybe radar here, or rush to get this, and then pressure here if they can. Maybe even a commander will do that walk, and then Ro would normally expand this way and walk with his commander to take this, or if he needs to defend these 2 spots.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but we'll keep our eye out.
We got 3 Cortex and 1 Armada. No Legion again.
Yeah. These guys are going for the win. Double Cortex. I hate to see it,
Man.
but this is the way we're watching the game. So,
Hey, I don't mind.
so we got, yeah. So we do have a vehicle start. So Pretor will most likely send an amphibious vehicle, com walk this way to block this choke, and then Ro will just expand all of this with his expansion. And what do we got on the other side?
Yeah, it just makes sense.
Nothing yet. Okay, bots.
Heck yeah.
And I'm assuming vehicles
Bots
over
from
here.
Deja.
No, bots.
bots.
Okay, double bots. Okay, so Lord Vader will most likely walk
Hey.
with his commander. We'll see.
You know, honestly, if they scout this and they find out that they're both bots, that's a potential for being like, okay, we have all of this water to ourselves. We can just go and do what we want with it and set up as much as we want, because you know that's where you can really just honestly just take advantage of it, start building out some of your econ out here potentially, and you know start getting yourself in a position to where you could transition to hovercrafts or anything of that sort to you know, put yourself in a spot that he's actually going vehicle.
Yeah, he's going vehicles.
Just kidding.
Yeah. I was gonna say that the
window.
title on this map's not great. But I think if he did go bots, we'd see his commander walk this way is quite often what you see. So it's quite hard to control that sea just by yourself. I would like to see an amphibious vehicle play. They're not like super strong, but it is always a good time when you see those amphibious vehicles come through and get value.
Yeah. You know, whenever I'm playing on Supreme Illithis, I could tell you right now, I am addicted to building amphibious stuff. Like
Yeah.
that is like my whole my whole shtick.
That's good
Whenever
fun.
I'm playing on the front, I love building those amphibious tanks, running them to the side. Whenever our C is taking advantage, I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna just run it right through, and we're gonna cause some trouble. So you know, I would love to see plays
Yeah,
like that.
I
today.
love seeing the value from amphibious, like on Isthmus, like you said, like watching people blow up the Geo with amphibious, and then the Geo player just rages because nobody warned him. Those are just chef's kiss. All right.
Why didn't we build radar? Where's
Yeah.
my radar?
Where's my radar? Where's the C player? You're supposed to stop this. Nice scouting information from Pretor. Gets full vision of the blue team space. Sees both their spawn points, where they are, and how their eco is going. He sees that the commanders are still in base, so they know they're not in the water. Also, on the flip of that, Jar gets a great scout off with this tick. I think this tick may not...
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get cleaned up before he gets any more scouting information. I wouldn't fight that construction vehicle. That's insane.
Poking.
There you go, it does get reclaimed. If I was Jar, I would have actually scouted this spot here a little bit more just to see what's going on. Because you can see those pounders coming out, and that signals you not to send mass bots through here.
Yep. But you know, the pounders, I don't see them very often, but they are so effective at large
yeah.
groups. It's so cool to see.
Pounders
It's
are,
basically a mini Tazar.
yeah, pounders are the bane of my life if they're micro properly. Looks like Lord Vader's actually going to get the 2 mixes here faster, so that's a little bit of a boost for the blue team. And at the same time, Jar's actually skipping mixes to take this mid position. So we'll see how far he gets before he gets driven off. He is sort of out of position, so he actually has the potential to lose out here. I think he isn't going to be able to hold this by himself. This is going to be interesting.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah. It will be interesting.
Yeah, I think these LLTs are a bit too much. I mean, bots can still come over here if they really want. I don't think those double LLTs, I think they've slowed him down a little bit too much. But he is obviously building LLTs at the front with his comm. Yeah, and you can see the eco slightly favoring
Pretor
the
just building
team.
a solar collector rather than the metal extractors here on the island.
Yeah, that was
Interesting.
weird. He didn't
Just
need...
throw just a little guy.
He didn't need that solar. He actually needs metal. I wonder if that was a misclick. I've done that a lot. What do we got? We got just mass incisor coming out for Pretor, and just a mix of units for Ro. It's nice to see those reclaim bots starting to come up. Yeah, Jar, like, going for a bit of a greedy, but then not greeding this, like not zoning this metal extractor with LLTs is a bit strange. sort of put him behind on metal income because he skipped all those metal extractors on his way out and built LLTs. Yeah, strange ploy. Yeah, and it looks like Lord Vader is going to reach the center.
Ooh, do we see this right here? A little bit of amphibious tanks coming out.
Oh, lovely Garpikes.
Little bit of liquid guys.
Lord Vader does get to the center first, so he knows getting to the center this early, because commanders do have radars. He knows that there's no commander here yet, and so he's going to do a little bit of amphibious play. He's probably thinking that maybe they're not coming at all. We'll just keep an eye out to watch when Praetor comes. As soon as he sees Praetor on that radar, he should drop an LLT behind him. Let's see what he does. He's just come on the radar. Let's see what happens.
He just notices him. Yep.
Praetor sees him too, and Praetor drops the LLT as soon as he can. Lord Vader a little bit AFK. There we go. Now he's back.
Yeah, he's behind, but he doesn't know that that's just an LLT sitting there.
Yeah, now he does. Yeah, and now the battle begins. But Lord Vader does get these mixes and zones this mix out from Praetor, so they do get the that's better for the blue team.
Yeah, and he's got these tanks to come back him up though. So if this could, I mean, who knows what he's gonna do with these Garpikes?
These tanks at minimum are going to clear this island, and then they're definitely going to cause Praetor to react and have to defend along here. So at minimum, these tanks are going to get a little bit of value. Whether they get 1,000 metal of value is to be seen.
But honestly, if he's able to sneak these things through, all the way through here, I don't know if he's going to be able to. Yeah, I mean, he still doesn't see him. Praetor has no idea about these Garpikes coming up right now.
He's got radars up. Oh, the radars don't see it 'cause it's not sonar.
I have it. No, it's not seeing it.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm watching it right now. He does not see it.
Yeah, he's not going to know until they pop up.
Lord Vader getting rid of these LTs. He still does not see the Garpikes.
The blue team's in a great position here, considering the red team is transitioning. So they're not actually going to be able to defend against these Garpikes. The Garpikes not going for the mixes. They're actually going to go straight for the base, I think. Let's see what they do.
That is the play.
They are. Oh,
that is the play, because he notices his commander is not reacting to these Garpikes, so he knows that he doesn't see them.
Yeah, there's no sonar, so they can't. The blue team's in a great position here. I think this T2 transition from the red team is so greedy, and it's really going to come back to bite them in the ass. I really like this composition, to be honest. 2 pounders with missile trucks. The pounders, what's it called when they stun things? It's called
knockback? I don't know. But the Garpikes are officially seen now.
Nice. Yes, it's knockback, but it's something else. I can't remember the exact word for it in bar. But yeah, that stun with the missile trucks is amazing. Yeah, these Garpikes are going to get some
tier 2 is
value.
Up for red team.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
But these Garpikes are in.
Yeah.
Exactly. The Garpikes are already in.
What are they building?
They said it worked last game, so why not again?
Yeah, a Fiend.
But that is... It's not...
Far too greedy. These Fiends aren't going to get mega value. These Garpikes, if they focus fire, should be able to clear these Fiends. Oh, and they're not focus firing because, yeah, and the Fiend clears them. Oh, not all of them. Nice. A lot of people don't know, but units will focus generally build like construction units first, so you can actually use that to your advantage to get damage in on units. But yeah, these Garpikes doing mega eco damage here. Definitely got 1,000.
Yeah, Praetor is, Praetor is pretty much out of the game at this point with how much damage has just been taking place.
Yeah, having T2 up's great.
From his economy.
You can see the blue team actually transitioning into T2 because, as I said, you can do 2 things when you see your opponent go T2. You can go T2 yourself and eco up if you think that you have the eco lead and you can't break them, or you can run through with mass T1 if you've got the army value. They know they don't have a giant army, so they're going T2 themselves, and they should be able to take the win here.
Yeah, and Deja doing an amazing job keeping Row off of them. Like, overall, they're doing a fantastic job here.
Yeah, this is...
Those Garpikes are still going.
Yeah.
And Lord Vidor setting up the Urchins, which are the torpedo towers, so that if any form of aquatics are coming, it does not matter. Like, they got turrets ready to go. So at this point, like, it's just... Yeah, it is not looking good for these guys. And Tier 2 officially finished and coming out.
So basically... these Garpikes got mega value. Jar just has an unbreakable position. There's no way Fiends are getting through here. They need Sheldons or something to help them break this position. And by the time that happens, T2 vehicles will be out for the blue team. I think this is a very dire situation for the red team. Pretor has taken the center position back, which is a small win for the red team. But all in all, I don't think it's actually going to change the outcome here. I think the Garpike's got way too much damage.
Nope. He has a muskrat, but I mean that muskrat's not going to do much.
Nah.
It's there.
The T2 was far too greedy, and it left them with no defensive capabilities, and those Garpikes just rolled through. That timing at about 8 minutes is what you're looking for anyway for a T2 transition. So if you notice your enemy isn't applying pressure, like significant pressure, those warning bells should go off. It's either air or T2. So you got to be watching for that bombing run or that T2 transition.
Yep, and Mass Tiger's coming out from Lord Veeder. So yeah, he's going to be able to start pushing up, putting on that pressure. These Tigers are so good. I love Tigers.
Pretor's commander goes down, tries to get the capture, but just can't get it, and there he goes. Oh, silly bugger, shouldn't have tried to capture that.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's
Took a torpedo to the face.
Yeah, here comes those Sheldons from Row, trying to break this northern position. If I was Row, I wouldn't have even worried about that northern position and tried to push through here as soon as Pretor died. They basically had one option when Pretor died, and that was to use your T2 advantage to try and break the blue team as fast as possible, and the best way to do that is straight through the center. But yeah, I think that's game over.
You go more for the base rather than everything else. Yeah, you do what Lord Veeder did and just go straight for the base. And these Garpikes are still rolling. They're still over here, causing the pressure. But I don't think he realized that these urchins are over here.
Yeah.
About to tear up the famous Garpikes.
Yeah. These Garpikes are dead, but they got their value. They got everything they needed. All they needed to do was kill 1,000 metal worth of eco, and they did better than that.
Yeah, no, all they got to do is chill until the Tigers push through into the base, and then join the Tigers for the fight.
Yeah, they have 2 commanders.
So that's really all they got to do.
They got the reclaim from the dead commander here, so they're in a ridiculously good position. There's not much the red team can do here to win. Maybe a double comp snipe of some sort, but that's hard to put together when you've got Tigers on your front door and all you've got is Fiends.
Yep. I think Lord Veeder was the one who helped, who pretty much won the game for them. Deja did an amazing job holding the front line, but those Garpikes in their back line just absolutely destroyed them. So at this point, we just need to see Pretor just micro while Rogue gets his econ rolling up. Like, that's the best thing that they can do.
Yeah, Jar are way overcommitted to LLPs here, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of trolling, but it seemed to work long enough. And he is just drawing more and more Sheldons to this area. These Sheldons are going to be annoying to deal with, but he's done his job, and that's all he needs to do.
Yep.
I would really like to see another unit other than a Tiger come out for Lord Veeder. Some sort of utility unit. A Tsar would be OP. A Banisher would be kind of crazy as well. Just one unit that can, do what needs to be done. But these Tigers will get the job done.
You do like 5 Tigers. What I've seen is you do like 2 Tsars, 2 Banishers, and like 5 Tigers is what I've seen to be like the classic, line that you can build and go for.
That's great for things like 8v8s, but if you just go straight into 2 Tsars, they become very vulnerable because you've got nothing to defend them. But once you get a few Tigers up, a single Tsar or a Vanisher can really get mega value. But it looks like these Tigers are going to be enough, and that's GG. They're probably going to get the build power, then the lab. Let's see what they go for. Just straight into the lab. Yep, and that's game over.
Easy peasy.
Yeah,
Easy
wow.
peasy.
Expertly done by the blue team.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. That
and the true MVPs over here.
True MVPs, yeah. That ocean on this map is just, it's constantly a fear in my mind. I got killed by Garpikes once, and even though our boy Pretor went to the water, he still missed those Garpikes and didn't have... I think the T2 just really was the nail in the coffin for them. Just greedy T2.
Yep. Well done. I agree.
Yeah, GG. So
Great freaking game.
I think, let me just check the standings real quick. Because
Yeah,
that
let's see
put
where we're at
us
here.
at, yeah, so Chaotic Duo is now going to be 3-2. So depending on how Flying Wax
Ooh.
and Mod Nebulo go, that's going to really change up the standings. Holy guacamole. Are the games going? We've actually got Flying Wax Mod Nebulo left to play unless they've finished while we've been looking. Let me have a gander here. No, not
Yeah, I'm gonna
Darkbot.
take a little look-see over here too.
3 minutes.
Over.
So we actually have a game we can watch here.
Ooh.
So this game here is actually the battle for... If Flying Wax win it, they take second place. If they lose, it's going to be a tied third place or second place between them and the guys we just watched. So this will be interesting.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh,
And this is the new map.
Yeah, so we got a co-op strat, double Legion here. No, wait. Legion Armada. And we've got a more of a semi-standard opener from Neb and Medulla here.
Yeah. I like this. 3 Legion.
Mm.
Yes, please. And an Armada.
Great.
Yes, please.
Great game to end it on. You love the stream avatar? Oh god, what stream avatar? Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about this. You're talking about this thing.
Probably your Kiwi.
My little Kiwi bird, yeah. Shout out to Duke of Gloat for making that for me. He gave me all the tools to make it myself, and then he just made it himself for me. What a legend.
Dude, that's how you know they got power. They've got the aura.
God, man.
They're like, I'm gonna give you the tools and I'm gonna do it.
And I'm gonna do it. Yeah, people like developers are ridiculous. I'm so technologically illiterate that it's almost impossible for me to do anything. I'm surprised I've gotten as far as I have.
I'm right there with you.
All right, so we have 100 goblins coming out for the blue team, which I love to see. I've yet to see it. Oh, it's Test Hamster.
100 goblins.
Sorry, I didn't even read your name. What's up, Test Hamster? Hope you've been well. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. And we got a Centaur coming out, so let's see how Centaurs do against goblins. As far as I'm aware, goblins just crumble. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
That gets
Takes 3 bullets and they're done for.
Yeah, 1 volley. If all 3 bullets hit, goodbye goblin. Obviously, a goblin is, oh my god, a 7th of the price, roughly, just over 7.
Yeah,
Holy.
they cost like nothing.
Yeah, but 7 goblins should be able to kill 1 centaur. You'd hope. Maybe. If you micro properly, I guess. Because the goblins do have... What's the range? 75 speed, 260 range against 90 speed, but 180 range. So if you micro them efficiently...
if you find a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got killed in all your matches, but it was fun? Oh, that's right. Test Hamster, you're Victoria, correct? I completely forgot. Everybody always changes their name so often, but I guess you can't change it on Twitch, so I should just go off those.
Oh, apparently. Okay. Didn't know that. The more you know.
I don't think you can change it on Twitch. But on bar, you can change it
so.
like every 5 days.
Yeah.
Okay, Neb taking the center. Raxel coming for the center. Flying Duck expanding to the edge. Medulla doing the same. Neb also expanding to the sides as well. Yeah, I love goblins.
You know, honestly, it's like very even.
Yeah, it's very even, and they're doing sort of the same. So we're going to be seeing a diagonal play here. I really love goblins, but God, they're so squishy. They're like insects. They blow apart like insects, and they're so squishy. They're really cheap, but I think it's just the I don't know. I don't know. I find hard to get value with them. Woman of many usernames.
I agree with you, for sure. But we can see a little bit of a difference here. We got Lobbers on the blue team here, and then Centaur and Ballista combo coming in from the red team here. And it seems like blue team is just, they want the mid dominance, it looks like.
Yeah, very
so Modulo seems like he's just got free reign over here on the side.
Yeah, he's going to walk into these con bots and absolutely chair. He'll be fist pumping the air because nothing's going to stop him. There's actually enough lobbers coming here to kill Medulo, but with some decent micro, he should be able to fight those guys off.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Raxel taking the center,
yeah,
but
this
so is
is
Neb.
interesting.
Yeah, I think Neb's going to come up here, but when he bumps into Flying Duck, he's going to be forced back. And
This is
he's gonna
terrible. This is a terrible spot for Neb.
Yeah, this is exactly where Old Mate died last game. Neb's actually snipeable right now, but I don't think the blue team actually see him.
100%.
If you're paying attention to the dots, you can tell that that's a commander by the way it moves. So they might actually be able to snipe him here. See what happens. All these centaurs might get mega value. We'll see what happens. If they can kill these LLTs before they come up, they're laughing. Although they're not even LLTs, are they? They're LHRTs. I'm calling them LLTs.
Yeah, because they're lasers.
Yeah.
That is good value from Medulo there, but there's so many lobbers coming out.
Yeah. But that's fine.
Holy
Medulo can
cow.
repair those centaurs, and all he needs to do is hold this. If he denies this, then that's just a bonus. If he captures it, that's ridiculous. But all he needs to do is just hold this position.
There's a total of 92 lobbers on the field right now.
Let's go, baby. What a way to end it. Yeah.
So many
And you can
lobbers.
see Flying Duck can push here because Neb is in the center. Medulo should be able to push here because Raxel's in the center. And this just really reinforces my idea of this center not being amazing. But Raxel's actually put himself in a sticky situation. He might have to try and comb-bomb all these lobbers.
Took it a couple.
He's gonna get himself
He moved
to
his
safety.
lobbers away, so...
Is Neb gonna overcommit? He might be able to kill the commander in between his own army. No, he does get driven off.
Ooh.
See, I would have just overcommitted and tried to kill Raxel. If it paid off, he would have got mega value, but it probably wouldn't have.
Oh, for sure.
So Neb's definitely got more restraint than me.
Because of the amount of lobbers that Raxel has, though, I don't know if Neb would have been able to come in and claim the commander, though.
Yeah, true. Well,
So,
the commander
who
would
knows?
have blown up all these lobbers, but yeah, it would have been.
True, you're right, you're
Yeah.
right.
I mean, I think it was a great decision to pull back, but now, like, this battle over the center is ridiculous. I'm really going to keep my eye on that. There is centaurs running around. There's some, I keep wanting to call them arbiters, but they're ballistas running around on the south side. Meanwhile, on the north side,
And
Flying Ducks
Carcanos
claiming
coming out
this.
too as well.
So we've got like a weird, let's draw some battle lines here. We've got this real weird looking shape here. Very, very curvy.
Yeah, it's looking like a worm trying to wiggle its way out of the sidewalk.
This is a very dynamic map
It's
for
just
2v2.
going.
I think a 3v3 map, this would be very even, but 2v2 sort of forces you to, it's very integral where
Puts you in a
you send
weird
your
spot.
commander. Yeah, I think commanders on the outside and just construction bots in the center is probably the way to go on this map. I'm not sure.
Gosh, look at this turret going down here. He's blasting, having a good time.
Yes. He's in a great spot there to defend this position. Oh, Medulo getting some perfect D-guns off. Really getting value out of these rocket bots.
Yeah. If Raxel stays around this turret, then I think he'll be totally fine. But if Medulo is able to pull all of Raxel's units away, then Neb potentially could come and pinch him in this chokehold right here.
This is a ridiculous amount of lobbers, dude. Medulo's gonna have to be careful he doesn't get cut off here.
Oh, Neb
Neb is
looking for
putting
something.
mad pressure. I think Raxel's screwed. I think Neb might be able to get the snipe here.
Oh, the lobber's hitting him. The lobber's hitting him. Ooh.
He is gonna back off. Very cautious man.
42%.
These lobbers is ridiculous. I don't know. I think he's gonna be driven off, but like that is an insane amount. If I was Raxel, I would actually bring these lobbers like this and kill Medulo, and that's a free T2 upgrade if you want it. Or air transition.
Raxel's committing all of his lobbers right now.
Yeah, he's just looking
I
for
don't
that
know.
gap.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
I think he's just going to apply pressure and keep moving backwards if he needs to. If he takes this high ground, he's in a great spot, and he does take the high ground.
True.
He can actually I would just straight push through and win this. Let's see what he can see.
I agree.
He doesn't see what we see, so he doesn't know there's a lab right there, vulnerable. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. This might be
This is
GG.
huge.
Let me just check the minimap.
This is huge.
Yeah. He's going to kill the
And
lab.
then we also see that Modulo is building mosquitoes right now
Mm-hmm.
as well.
Meanwhile, Flying
So
Duck,
we might
haven't been
see
watching him
a base race here.
Flying Duck, if Neb does some proper micro, might die here. You can kill a commander with a single lobber, but of course it's better to have more. He definitely has enough here to get the kill if he micros effectively, but the LLTs will save the commander, some D guns as well, yeah, and he survives. But Raxel didn't actually commit. He was sort of on the fence, and he's slowly losing all his units. Looks like the red team's putting some serious pressure on the blue team here. And I thought the blue team was going to win it, but Raxel kind of indecisiveness has cost them that pressure. And now the red team is slowly winning it. Mosquitoes.
And with these mosquitoes coming to potentially snipe this commander.
I think Flying Duck will be okay here. All he needs to do is go invisible.
He's got
Stop
plenty
building
of
and go
AA.
invisible. Yeah, I think he's fine. Holy.
Oh, he shows though.
Yeah, I think he's got enough AA, right?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I think if Medulo didn't show his air units right here, I think that Flying Duck wouldn't have seen it coming.
If he had gone the long way around, he would have instantly killed him, and it would have been great. Obviously, Raxel would still be up to snipe, but... Oh, Raxel actually got the lab while I wasn't looking. Did leave a lot of reclaim, though. But now Neb is forced to build a lab on the front line. Neb actually didn't lose that much. I think there was an OP feed from Raxel there. That is beautiful for the red team. This is now red team's game to win.
Yeah, potentially. Granted, Neb has like nothing left. It's the problem.
Well, he really only lost 2 mixes, a little bit of energy eco, and his lab. And there's 3k medals sitting on the ground here, ready for reclaim. He's got a new lab up the front, and he's just laughing. He just needs a little bit of energy.
Oh, I didn't even see the lab. Yeah.
He's I think that was just a bit of a feed from Raxel there. I think Raxel should have either committed or not committed, but he sort of was on the fence, and he lost all his lobbers without getting a whole lot of value from it.
Yep.
You like this map more 2v2
like
than
they're
3v3?
switching.
Yeah, me too, hamster.
Yeah. Raxel is switching over to Decurions now. Switching over to vehicles.
Yep. Vehicles with that extra stopping power, a little less movement speed on these hills. I think an air transition works, which he has transitioned. He's actually got all 3 labs up.
Yeah. I think he's using this air more as anti-air than anything else, though.
Yeah, exactly. You need that anti-air, especially if there's mosquitoes flying around the map sniping your mixes.
Yeah.
It's good just to have that mobile anti-air. The best anti-air is air itself, so keep that in mind.
Yep.
I think the blue team's really on the back foot here. They've lost all of this. A decent chunk of eco for Flying Duck. Like, Neb lost a single lab and some mixes, and that was kind of it. But he got all that metal back instantly. Yeah,
That's true.
This is very scary for the blue team. Although everybody has all their commanders up, so it's still anybody's game here. I'm really interested to see how they're going to close this one out. Neb actually getting bot lab at the back for some reason. Maybe that's just for constructors.
That's interesting.
Yeah, probably, if I was Neb, I'd reclaim that, but he has so much metal from all that reclaim. He's actually got a double bot lab now, which is hilarious. Medulo
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Medulo's saying that they are T2, but they are in fact not T2. So, I wonder if that's going to cause them to all in.
Okay, here goes the Decurions doing some work.
I don't think they're going to do enough. They don't have anyone to repair them, so he's basically just going to donate those. This is the thing with a tournament of units where people don't usually play the faction. They're not like as intimate with them, so they don't know exactly how to perfectly play every unit.
They don't have as much confidence with them. Yeah,
exactly. But it looks like a pretty decent run by from Flying Duck. There are Karkanos coming out, which are pretty good defending against this, but not enough. I think Medulo's T2, or am I tripping? Yeah, Medulo's T2, right? Is that what the overcharged metal extractors are?
No, so the overcharged metal extractors are tier 1.
Oh, okay, it's like 1.5 or something.
Yeah, so what it does is instead of it giving energy, it takes energy, but
gives the metal.
I think doubles the metal.
Oh my god, OP.
That it gives. It's so strong. That's what I was saying. Legion is weak early, for metal, but then really strong later.
I can't believe the red team is
big.
gonna lose this.
That's insane.
Yeah, Flying Duck's commander might die, but that is neither here nor there at this point in time. I mean, they didn't get insane damage, so I mean, they can still win. Oh, but if these advanced solars go down, oh yeah, Modulo has no energy income. Oh, I think people call him
Tier
Modulo
2.
as well.
Ooh. Tier 2 officially up. This is not the time to go tier 2 though, because you're getting pressured hard.
That transition is insane.
This is like,
I mean, I think they can defend it and get the T2 out. I think this might work for them. They have enough out to defend.
We'll see. Yeah.
Because now they've got gladiators.
They got loppers coming up right now.
Oh, these gladiators look beautiful. I haven't seen these.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm gonna.
These
follow
are our
this guy.
first time with tier 2 vehicle Legion today.
Yeah. I really
These
wanna
guys
see
have
how
really
these guys
nice
go.
range, so we'll see.
Yeah. They look cool.
I believe this is like the
Oh. Cool.
Not as much damage as I thought they would do, but it's a good amount.
Yeah, well,
Might
it's
just be enough.
Triple plasma shot. Yeah, let's see if it's enough to defend this. I no idea. Wait, these
even
lobbers
have
are
some
killing
mosquitoes to
themselves
help
because they're
defend as
shooting
well.
at the air. That's so funny. Oh my god. But yeah, they're actually going to get through. I think you're right. The T2 transition was like, why? Putting the cart before the horse is how I'd say that one.
Yep, and we got some self-destruct. We got some martyrs coming in.
No, there's a mosquito.
They know
right?
where Flying Duck
no,
is.
You're right, yeah. Raxel's still up, so I think they're going to try and snipe Flying Duck in. I mean, the defense works? I mean, I don't know. Questionable decisions.
It's, you know, honestly, if they survive long enough, then I think they'll be okay.
There is the GG, yeah. They
But-
saw the T2 and was just like, no, that's it. They probably could have
That's
come back from that,
crazy.
but my lord. What's
No,
up, Peshka?
yeah, honestly, I think that's crazy.
Yeah, that was... I thought the red team was going to win. Look at that.
Red team had that in the bag, though.
Yeah.
When he called tier 2, it didn't even come up for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think
Like, they
why
had
they
all
gave
that
up
time.
is because they thought T2 was out a lot earlier than it was. Yeah, they still could have
Oh,
won
man.
that. Who's casting? It's your boy VDB. And Big
Yo!
Fellas. Oh, yo, someone's actually done the exclamation mark caster. What's up, everyone?
Yippee!
Yeah, wow, Raxel, that's so funny. Raxel had the most metal used by far, but the least metal produced. The bug
That
unit?
is so crazy.
The bug unit is the Legion construction bot. Oh, you had to go anyway?
Yeah.
Well, GG, Neb. Thanks for throwing Fight Night together once again.
Yeah.
And thanks for the games, guys. That was amazing.
WNeb in chat. WNeb.
WNeb. Let's check the final standings. I think all the games have ended. Let's see.
Nope. We still got.
2
They're still
games.
going.
They're still going?
They're still going.
Oh, next thing. The delay at the moment is something like 30 seconds, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, so not too
I
big
think
of
so.
a delay. Not too big of a delay.
So-
Let's... Who we got?
Oh, still going.
That ended. So we've only got Torkatsu and Thugging It Out left. If we want to check
Yeah.
those guys out. Let
If we'll
me...
find them.
I need to go main lobby so I can see my mouse. Yep, they are in a 20-minute game, so I'm assuming this game's about to end.
We'll see.
Do you want to jump in and once you catch up, let me know? Because obviously,
Yep, I
catching
got
up
you.
is- yeah, cheers, brother. Is it pronounced Neb or Neb? It is Neb, short for Nebuchadnezzar, the first king of... where is he? He's the first king of something. King of Babylon. That is right. He is the king of Babylon from back in the day.
Yep. Yeah. Catching up. 16:56 is where we're at right now.
Yeah, I think it's 20 minutes at the moment, so you're almost there. Run! Legion is
It's
still
going
a
a lot
work
of
in
back and forth. I'm
progress.
seeing.
What was that, sorry?
I said, there's a lot of back and forth going on in this match. I've seen already.
Those are the matches we
With
love.
the catching up.
Yes, baby, they are still a work in progress. I'm from New Zealand, living in the UK. That is correct. Yes, little old New Zealand Kiwi bird. just chilling like a villain. Let's bring up the map pool one more time. So yeah, we've seen a bunch of the maps. We haven't seen Theta Crystals, Faster Than Light, Ravaged, Incandescence, or Feast of Hades.
Yep.
Oh, he wasn't the first. He was just very
Right.
significant. Ah, I'm sorry.
I came in right as soon as the game ended.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm glad I didn't catch up then. Nephilim blood. Who's got Nephilim blood?
Telkatsu won it.
Nice.
Huge.
So we'll just wait for the standings to update and we'll check ourselves. I think we already know who the winner is, but it'll be interesting.
Oh, yeah,
to
we
see.
do.
Oh, actually, second place will be Flying Wax, I think, because won, unless it was a draw.
Yeah,
even
it
if
is
it's
officially
a draw,
updated.
Even if it's a draw, I think they win. Let's have a look. Let me bring it across so you guys can see it live when I see it. Let's scroll down. Whoop. And yeah, 5-0 to Sash Corinne Autopilot. Second place, Flying Wax, 4-1. Chaotic Duo, third place. And then fourth, Torkatsu, Mod Nebulo, fifth. Pretor and Rose, sixth. Swedish Shark, seventh. And Thugging It Out, eighth. Yeah, it was very tied the whole time. Actually tied place for fifth. But yeah, it was tied the whole time. And then now it's nice, beautiful line.
Yeah, congratulations to casual newbies winning and taking this whole tournament. Congratulations, guys.
No,
Sash Corin and Autopilot, you guys freaking dominated the bracket today.
Top
Y'all
team.
did awesome.
Anything but casual and anything but newbies, these guys. So a little bit of a oxymoron, that one. Not an oxymoron, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Well done, guys. Well done.
For sure.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, congratulations, guys.
Yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed it.
It was awesome to see Legion, man. I love watching Legion go to town on these guys.
Yeah, dude, I love Legion. So like the tournaments Legion as well, where people are like kind of sweating. It's just so good, and like the graphics are amazing on it. Yeah. Oh wait, that's not what I want to look at. There we go. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. This has been another Fight Night 2vs2. Thanks for joining me, big fellas. It was lovely to have you here.
Yeah, it was awesome being here, and I really appreciate everyone's support being out here, and everyone who was talking in chat. It was great having you guys here, and I always love being able to be a part of the casting team and help out. It's been an absolute blast, and you know it's awesome to be here. So, woohoo!
Thank you. Okay, guys. Normally I just pick a person to raid at the end. But I'm actually going to throw it out to the chat. So you have, it's 30-second delay. So you've got a couple minutes to decide. We have the world famous Lost Dead Man 3, or we have the equally world famous Brightworks. So who do you guys want to watch? Lost Dead Man or Brightworks? Two super famous streamers. So chuck out a name, and whatever name I see the most of, we'll go and raid them as soon as we can. Those DME guys are OP. That's true as well. Not bad for casuals. Yes, I am finishing up the stream. You just caught the very last game, Peshka. Oh, what an absolute tournament that was. That was a pleasure from start to finish.
Dude, it was so fun. It was awesome.
Oh, can't wait for the next one.
Can we get let's get a WVDB here. This guy, he is awesome. He has been absolutely so kind to me. Helping lead this casting today and his awesome visuals and everything. WVDB in chat, facts.
Oh, look, someone's already put one in.
He's been awesome. Whoa, that's crazy.
whoa, the chat's going crazy for VDB.
Oh my gosh.
They can't help themselves.
But I wanted to personally say thank you. You've been awesome today.
It's all good, mate. It's been a pleasure having you here, and I look forward to many more of them. All right, Brightworks has got 2 votes instantly, so that's great. Maybe we'll just go straight for Brightworks, unless I see an LDM in the next, 10 seconds. Yep, there's a 4th for Brightworks. We're just going straight into Brightworks, boys. I forgot how to do this now. Oh, I can't. I don't think I actually have permission. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Yes, Flying Duck, both of the casters, exactly. Exactly, both of the casters. Big fellas, thank you so much for joining us. I don't think I can actually raid. I can't raid. Do we
Oh,
have a
no.
mod? Is Shadow here? Let me message Shadow real quick.
Or Neb. Neb is here.
I think Neb's here, but I think Neb had to go.
Big fella's OP. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Big fella's OP indeed. You'd never believe this guy's new to the scene. He's absolutely killing it.
Oh, Pasha. It's been over a month. I need to know my stuff.
Oh, mate, it's taken me a long time to learn the basics.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind people who've taught me a lot, so big shout out to them.
He's always
Community's
overflowing
great.
energy, but in a good way.
True.
Oh,
That's
Neb,
what Mountain
nice.
Dew will do to you.
Raid us up on Brightworks, Neb. Let's get it. Thanks, Neb, for joining us as well.
Thanks, Neb.
Thanks, Neb.
Love you, Neb.
Love you, Neb. Thank you, Neb.
W Neb.
Big
W
dubs,
Neb. Yep, facts.
Straight facts. Yeah, we're gonna raid this boy with 115. I'm gonna come in like his savior. I mean, he's normally got like
Dude,
100
he's gonna be
viewers
like-
anyway.
He's gonna start crying. It's gonna be great. Totally. Yep. That's what's gonna happen.
I'm gonna jump into his stream
So-
on my computer so I can watch us come in, and then I'm gonna join the raid too. Way, there we go.
Huzzah!
Let's go, baby. Everybody who hangs around for
Bye,
the raid gets
everybody.
250 points for free.
Yippee!
Whoop whoop. Thank you so much for joining us, team, and we will catch you next time. I'm out of here. A free-for-all to finish. You guys can jump into a free-for-all, but I have to go and eat. I haven't eaten in like over 12 hours, so I'm starving.
That's why I ordered a pizza. I was like, I know we're gonna be here for a while. It's like,
Yeah. Next weekend, Pashka, before we go, is the 3v3 Legion tournament. Sorry, I couldn't get a chance to
oh
get that out.
yeah.
Yeah. GG. Oh, we're gone. All right, I have to leave this up for 30 seconds, but cheers for joining me, mate, and I'll catch you next time.
Yeah. Thanks, VDB. Appreciate it, man.
No problem.
Really,
bro.
it was awesome. And go eat.
Yeah, cheers. I'm starving. All right, catch you later, brother.
All right. See ya.
Welcome to the stream. That was Beyond Our Reason official, everybody. Apparently the tournament must have been concluded. Welcome, everybody. I'm figuring out my behind the scenes, but it's good to see you all. I hope you're having a wonderful time. Maybe you'll help us figure out why what some of the new sounds are, including the one you just heard there. Welcome to Beyond All Reason. Oh, there it is. Okay, I see. I see the issue.